Hello, folks that check this out in pre-record. So we originally did it live. We had two slightly different time zones happening, but it's all right. We've got to figure it out. This will give you all the encouragement and motivation that you need to hit the bell notification icon. That way you know when a live happens. But nonetheless, you'll be able to check this out on replay, and we'll be on for a little bit, so you're getting a chance to scramble and to be able to join in the live. So what I'm going to do is, I already alluded to it on the thumbnail, and I talked about it when I did a little video talking about this. I'm going to bring on an infamous person in the hobby and someone who is not a shy individual. And if anybody knows this channel knows, I'm neither a shy individual. So I think this will be interesting. Brian Gray, BG, how are you?
Hey, how you doing? See, I thought you were going to say famous, and I'm already infamous.
No, you're infamous. You're infamous.
I didn't trim any Wagners. I'm not infamous. I'm just famous.
But you want to buy cutting implements of trimming Wagners. You're infamous by transference. By the
now,
transference.
Now, let's start with that. Now, that to me, that might be the most important non-card relic of all time. And I think because it is the greatest story ever told in the history of trading cards is the card. It's been multiple. I mean, no card has had that kind of discussion centered around it in the history of the hobby.
Well, there's a book written about it, so I think that usually qualifies.
Yeah, but that's about as big as it gets. I don't know of many other cards that have books written about them. I mean, although the Upper Deck story, the book about Upper Deck and the 89 Upper Deck Griffey being a central focus of that is close. But I think that card is the greatest story ever told in the hobby. And I think the cutter used to cut the card is probably an important hobby relic. Because again, it's what differentiates the $50 million probably Wagner from a $5 or $10 million Wagner.
Well, on that part, so we'll talk about a couple of different things tonight. So thank you to the folks that are joining in. I'll acknowledge the comments. I'm not going to read all of them necessarily, but I will acknowledge them as we go. And if there is anything pertaining to a question, I'll make sure I touch on it. So a good evening name. But I want to make sure I focus, and Brian and I will be talking to each other mostly. I will still pay attention to the chat just so we don't lose sight of it. But if it gets a little bit busy, I won't be able to acknowledge every comment. I'll try to acknowledge as many as I can so we don't ignore you guys. But I want to mainly focus on our conversation and then go through a couple of different things we want to talk about. But I agree at one point, and I think you saw in my video that I agreed with you, where I think that the history of that Wagner makes it more interesting than just your garden variety Wagner. I think that adds an element to it. The whole trial of basically acquiring it, and then what happens with the card, and then you from the sale to Copeland collection, then to Gretzky McNall, all the way through the chain of custody from one person to another. There's a lot of little aspects along the way that make that card more interesting than, say, a 52 Topps Mantle. Well, it's a cool card. Yeah, but, there's 3 10s. Great. But there's no specific distinguishing element to any of them that we know of. But it is interesting to have all that backstory. That backstory adds, I think, to the history of the card in particular.
Yeah, I think no doubt. I think it's the most important sports, probably collectible relic of all time. And so, again, when you go to the paper cutter, that I would like to have that in my collection. I would never cut it up and put it in cards. I heard
Shame on you.
Maybe I'll.
That was me. That was me. You should totally cut it up and put it on cards.
Because honestly, I love unusual and interesting relics that are discussion provoking. And the same reason I reached out to you because I thought we should talk. Because and you didn't reach out to me. I reached out to you because when I heard the video, obviously I had some fairly strong thoughts about your impressions.
What? I'm invoking strong thoughts? How dare you?
No, I know. And my thought process was I can either just shake my head and say, I don't think he gets it. Or we can have a discussion where I say, hey, these are general thoughts of mine from your video where I said, hey, you know what? I don't think what I said resonated with you the way it was meant to. And then I think to give someone the chance to say, okay, you know what? We didn't get to talk to you in the interview, Brian. Why did you do this? Why did you act like, your team, whatever? So I think some of those things, I think it's an important thing to reach out on because, again, it starts at the beginning. The card is the most important card of all time. We'd heard the most basic of the story from both the book, the card. You got the basics of the story there. You didn't get the best part of the story, I don't think. And you got like a tiny, like I talked to you privately, a miniaturized precursor in the Probstein interview from a few years ago. We basically got oh my God, the card was on the dashboard. We got, we were looking at it. We couldn't believe it. You got kind of the tease. That was kind of the appetizer. But getting into the meat of the thought process behind it, to me, that's the game changer. To me, that's what makes, to me, that's the missing, not 8th color of the rainbow, whatever it is. There's 9 colors in a rainbow, 8 colors in a rainbow. It's the missing 8th color of the rainbow. Was the color of what was going on in Mastro's head. What was he thinking? Was it criminal or bad what he was thinking? Was it truly altruistic and good and just what he was thinking? Why do we think what we think either way about it? I think that's why I think the discussion is important, because I think we should be, as a hobby generally, having discussions that are more broad than the very narrow focus that people have put us. They put us in a box and they want us to think a certain way. We've been conditioned to believe. And again, I used to own an unlicensed trading card company. Licensed good, unlicensed bad. And we've been conditioned to think certain things, but most of the time we're conditioned to think certain things. There's an ulterior motive. So I've always challenged people to be, a contrarian, think differently than everybody else. And then once you've gone through that exercise, I think you may see things a little bit differently. And so I think that's why I reached out, because again, I was like, my initial interpretation was that your position, to kind of get us started, was that this was kind of like a buddy doing another buddy a solid, a pat on the back, like, hey, let's vindicate Bill after all these years that he's been vilified, and try to make him look better or justify what he did. Kind of like the good boy sticking up for his pal.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was the part that I was like, man, I mean, it's just, to me, that is about as big a leap as someone could take without knowing A, what I'm thinking, which you couldn't know that because I didn't share in full what my reasoning was for it. But B, you don't know the nature of me and Bill's relationship, how I know him, how long I've known him, what I know about him, what I don't know about him. I think, and again, if the more hobby history that you have under your belt, the more I think you start to understand the whys instead of the whats. And the what is what you saw in my video. That was the what. It was a discussion with someone about the most famous sports collectible of all time. Definitely the most controversial asset. But the why versus the what, I think that's where we can lose something. Because I think the interpretation you had, and I think some other people might have had it too, is that I'm trying to vindicate someone. And I just don't think that's true. So, I mean, I would love to know why you felt like, or what formulated your position that it was a defense. Because probably 10 different times you said, well, you're defending. Of course he's going to defend his pal. He's going to defend his friend. And I'm like, well, no, of course, number one, because I'm not scared to call anybody out, including my friends. I've done it for 20 years now, before social media even, but on social media very regularly. I'll call it even my friends. My friends at Panini, I've said, you guys are terrible when you do this. You guys are schmucks. You don't know what you're doing. But I've also said you did a fantastic job here or there. They're my friends. Doesn't mean I can't rake them over the coals when they deserve it. It doesn't mean I can't give them kudos when they deserve it. So I guess I'd like to understand why you immediately took the position that that I was trying to defend a friend, or that my goals or purpose was not altruistic, or some bigger picture reason for doing what I did.
Okay, let's talk about two things. So first thing is, in the course of I'd rather call it a conversation more than an interview. I felt like it felt more like a conversation where you guys did a fair bit of back and forth. I think that's probably more accurate way of describing it.
I probably talked too much, by the way. But
Oh, no, you
again,
definitely talked too much. That's not even a
the
question.
thing is, I only had 2 hours, and I had to try to get him to the card, because we would have talked hobby history for 5 hours,
Mhm.
because he is that integral. And again, we can talk about this later, but I think he's probably one of the 10 most important people in terms of hobby contribution of all time. Now, hobby subtraction, you've got to calculate whatever you calculate there. But his contribution to the hobby, he's Pete Rose, and then you can argue about the betting. But his contribution to the game is
I actually really enjoyed your Pete Rose analogy. I didn't get a chance to have a little bit more fun with that than I intended to. I heard it, but I was like, all right, I've already covered enough of what I wanted to talk about. So let me answer your question. So the structure of the conversation was really in two parts. The Wagner conversation comes at a little over an hour into the conversation, give or take an hour, 6, whatever. I mentioned it to folks just so that they knew where the timestamp was, but I gave a link to the full interview. And I did recommend people. And by the way, to be fair about this, I also said I recommend, if you are interested and want to get the full vantage point without the commentary, watch the full interview in its own thing. That way you can draw your own conclusion, which I think is always the fairest way to go about it if you want to be academically fair about it. But you've got basically a bookend. You've got the early days of Mastro, which he does talk about in other places. He talked about it in a Probstein conversations a couple of years ago when he started in 1960, and then when his mom got into it. So we've got the human version of Bill Mastro, which is one part of it. That's a decision. You want to talk about his history, his background leading into eventually getting into the conversation about the card, also the people that he dealt with and interacted with. But then we bookend it with the Sports Card Hall of Fame, I think, however you want to phrase it. That was right at the end of the conversation. So you've got that bookend. So you've got the humanized version of Bill Mastro, and then we bookend it with why you think he's a, I don't even know what you called it. It was like a Sports Card Hall of Famer or
Well,
something.
there will
like
be. I'm actually organizing the Trading Card Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Organized the first group of voters,
Yeah.
and so I've reached out to many hobby icons to be among those voters for a Trading Card Hall of Fame. I've got the domain. It will be an online Hall of Fame, maybe physical someday. But yeah, I mean, I think there needs to be recognition of people who are important to the hobby. Now, I didn't cast my vote for him, to go ahead and skip to that part of it. I didn't cast my vote for him, but I think the human part of it's critical. And I want to address that first, because the human part of it, the problem is in America today, we vilify people without knowing them or anything about them, only on a soundbite. And half the time, the soundbite is distorted. So to me, it's important to understand who the guy was and his contribution and his role as a collector and his kind of how he thought generally about the hobby, how he tackled the hobby, because all those become critical when you get to motive on the Wagner. When you get to motive on the Wagner, that means nothing without having that first hour. And again, you have to be smart enough and focused enough to really pick through that and process. Hold on, maybe Brian's not just giving a history lesson. Maybe he is setting the stage for the requisite information to process why this man did what he did to the card. Because make no mistake, it's not like Gary Moser trimming 1951 Bowman Campanellas to turn them from 3s to 5s. It's not that. And the guys on
what is the distinction for you? So just so we're clear, what is the distinction for you?
Well, first off, Gary Moser, number one. Again, I don't know Gary Moser. I only know all the wonderful things I've heard about him and all the wonderful.
What? You're speaking about him without knowing the man? Oh, shameful.
I know. But I've read enough to know that the man bought cards graded,
sure,
put them back in holders, and they're altered solely for the purpose of improving the grade to make the spread in between. I think the problem is we have to go back to when this happened. It happened before grading was a thing. Grading was non-existent when this happened. That's critical. It really is critical, because in the day, people measured cards, they smelt cards to make, they smelt them. Alteration was really not as common. But I think there's a real distinction between cutting a card to the correct size when it's misformed, deformed, when an uncut sheet is defaced. I think there's a big difference between that and bleaching borders to make them white again when they're yellowing, or adding paper for paper loss on a corner, or like nowadays what people do when they trim, these guys who are really good, and PSA at one point couldn't even tell. They were taking new, like Young Guns, they'd press them, which when you pressed the card, it made the card like a 16th or a 32nd too big, because they're making the card thinner and longer and wider by pressing it. Then they would trim it down, and so when PSA would get it, it'd be exactly the right size. And they'd be like, what the heck? They couldn't tell forever. And then, I know I was there one time where I told them, hey, take a caliper and measure the thickness, and you're going to find out the story of the story. They're pressing the card, and when you press it, make it thinner and flatter, the thickness is not correct anymore. Mm-hmm. But they couldn't even tell it at one point. See, it's not like that. That is a different thing. That is taking a card that started the correct size, altering it to make it bigger, and returning it to the correct size. That's a big difference. The timing is my biggest difference. We're talking about something that happened before grading ever existed. It wasn't like the man said, ooh, I'm going to turn this from a blank to capture the increase in value. The whole purpose of the first hour was to establish how this guy was around when the Wagner became something, when Burdick anointed it. He owned Wagner's before it became the card, before that particular copy became the card. And he merely was trying to improve a copy for his collection. And that is a fact. I believe he was trying to improve the copy for his collection, because that was before Mastro was even an active. His personal collection was his PC. And again, some of that you got to hear in the video, and some of it was prep for the interview. But that was his PC. It's only when someone knocks you over that you entertain selling things sometimes. The goal was never for him to sell that card, and I do believe that. He said that on the interview, and I do believe it. The goal was never to sell that card. It was just to return it to the regular size. And so it wasn't like the card was ever the correct size. It was never the correct form. It was from a stolen uncut sheet. I mean, you do. Would you agree that a sheet is not meant to be sold as a sheet?
So I want to stop. So I'm going to pause you. I wanted to let you go for a bit so that I want to talk to a couple of the points you're saying.
Go
Okay.
for it.
So let's talk a couple pieces. Okay. So one of them was fine. I got no problem with your point about establishing the background of Mastro in order to get into his head a little bit so that when we get to the part about the motive behind it, then that plays into it. My thought process is that, look, and to your point from earlier, and we were already discussing ahead of time, and I know you're trying to read the comments in the chat. I'm reading them too, but let's stay focused a little bit. I am checking it out, and folks, I will address a couple of those things, I promise.
Sure.
But let's talk about this. I'm very much, when I'm looking at this, it's not just a cut and dry thing. I accept nuance. I accept a little bit of those aspects of it. But the problem is that him being a real collector doesn't move me in any way. I understand that he said multiple times it was for him. I want to distinguish two things. If it's your property, I don't care what you do with it. This is speaking for myself. I don't really give a crap. You want to cut it to the correct size? Knock yourself. Go at it with safety scissors. I really don't care. That's your problem. You want to write BG was here on the back of it? Knock yourself out. It's your property.
Sure.
Where it becomes problematic is your intention to never sell the card and being your PC is all wonderful and good, but you did sell the card. So that's the first thing. So your intention, I actually don't care what your intention was, because in the end, a year later, it wasn't like 30 years later, 10 years later, 5 years. It was 1 year later, you did sell the card. And then also, let's not forget, in the spirit of context, because in your conversation it didn't come up, who did he sell the card to in 87? It was part of the Copeland collection. So
Right.
that was part of it. Now, important point. He also helped sell that Copeland collection with Sotheby's. So he was on both sides of the transaction. He was a buyer of the card, trimmed the card, and then he also was the person who sold it to Copeland. Copeland obviously gave him an offer. He went from $25,000 for the whole collection of these T206s, including a plank, including all these other cards.
Hell of a buy that
For sure. And he also sold his own copy for $25,000 and got his money back basically, and they were able to make the rest of it work. Awesome. Fantastic for those guys. But then from there, he was also kind of consulting and helping out on the Sotheby's side. So he was on both sides of the transaction. And even when you asked him if it came up, well, he basically said it never came up. So, but would Copeland, let me ask this question. Would Copeland have even known enough? Remember, this is the expert here. This is the guy. This is the guy who sells all the Wagners. You want to get a Wagner, whoever, this is the guy. Why would he even ask? And if he doesn't ask, is it legit or not?
You get to the hard part, which the hard part is in that time and place, was it wrong or did something happen that shouldn't have happened? This is the great question, because in that era, I think if he sold the card today, yes, he would say he cut the card, duh. But I think going back to a time before grading ever existed, and when every other field, the restoration or preservation of an item is tantamount to the ensuring that a collectible stays a collectible for the long term.
Okay, a question on that. Question on that. Question on that. Question on that. In this instance, to your point, you can say that, and fairly, you can say that because the card was oversized and there was extra material around it and all that, the card wasn't originally intended to be in that size, which is fair. I'm fine with that. My question is, though, it's not a preservation issue, because if you left the card alone, it wasn't meant to be that size, but it also wasn't damaged. There was nothing wrong with it. If you left it be,
it was damaged. The minute it was
how was it damaged?
First off, the sheet was stolen. The sheet was never intended for distribution in that form. So I would argue that once the sheet left, the minute it wasn't a sheet anymore, then there's two questions. Number one, should the sheet have a collectible value, being stolen property? Maybe, maybe not. You'll figure that out. Stolen things are worth money all the time, so I'm sure it can be. I think when the guy cuts a big circle around it, or a big oval, a football, as Mastro described it, I think at some point, I don't think it has been preserved properly when you cut it into a. I'm not sure it's a card at that. I'm not sure what it is. Honestly, I'm not sure it's a. When it doesn't measure correctly at all, it's not even close. It's cut like a football. I'm not sure that it really is still a card. I'm not sure it's not just a. I'm not sure what it is. I mean, again, and I'm looking at that time, and in that time and place, what people looked at was, how does the card look? If it was the wrong side, if he took a football to the guy would say, that is not correct. There's a problem with that card. But in that time and place, it was, I don't know that it was wrong. That's my point, is I don't know it's wrong.
Okay, so let me challenge that assertion. Let me challenge that assertion based on your conversation and based on what you just said. Let me challenge your assertion here. Let me ask a question. So obviously this is pre-grading, completely fine. PSA didn't start until 1991, so that doesn't come into play here. That isn't part of this equation. But you talked about how obviously you didn't have grading back then. But let's talk about the 80s, because you can speak to that more than I can. That was before I actually started collecting.
Sure.
Let's talk about the 80s. Conditions still mattered. There were still people. So if you're at a card show and you've got the two cards, vintage, we're talking vintage here, and you got two cards that are, one is in nice shape, it's okay, maybe a 3 or 4, and it's still a relatively rare card, but you got another one that condition-wise looks like a 7 or an 8. By the way, this is pre-grading, so there's no slabs involved.
Sure.
You're going to pay more for the one that looks like a 7 or 8, yes or no?
That part is true.
Okay, so second question. So follow-up question to this. You talked about how the football-shaped Wagner doesn't look right. So then by cutting it, whether for whatever reason you did it, you improve the value of it, because aesthetically it's going to look better to the next person, whether they understand what happened or not. They're going to look at that Wagner with the nice borders, correctly sized, the whole bit. The value has been enhanced by you putting your hands on it and putting it in the paper cutter. You increase the value.
I would argue the minute if the company factory cut a sheet, I would argue they enhance the value once they cut the sheet. Now, yes, uncut sheets don't exist hardly today, so it would be a premium value today. But in that time, the factory did the same thing. The sheet meant nothing. The sheet was like a photograph until they cut it to the size and shape of a trading card.
I get it, but I'm not debating that piece. All I'm stating.
Then what I'm going to ask you is, who the hell decided that a person cutting a sheet is different than a company cutting a sheet? I'm asking only because, what is a card? A card is a trading card, but it's designed to be a certain size, not smaller, ideally not bigger, but it's designed to be the card as manufactured, which to me that's printing, because the sheet left the factory in that form. I would argue that cutting the card to the correct specifications, I don't know that the card in that time and place, because again, I wasn't there when he cut it, I don't know that that's not doing what was supposed to be done in the first place. I'm not sure he didn't correct a wrong by cutting the sheet. Now, again, I'm not going to defend him and say he's an angel, but I'm going to say, because I know he has other issues, which we will hopefully get to discuss at some point in a follow-up. But what I'm saying is, I don't know who the hell said that the machine had to cut the card and people couldn't, because there's a lot of hand-cut issues. I mean, there's issues. I think 1914. There's hand cut all through the early 1900s. Where
there's strip cards and items like that that are designed to be hand cut.
Down. They were not designed to be cut down. Yet every one of those things goes in a PSA slab. Now they do identify them as hand cut because they didn't come otherwise. But we altered those when we cut them down. The post cereal box, we cut along the bottoms, and we cut along the bottom of Hostess. You know what? If they wanted them to be cut, they could have cut them and put them in the box.
Now I want to, so actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because when they design, so Hostess is a great example. So let's do two different things, vintage and more modern-ish. So the strip cards were put in a strip, and the intention was for them to cut it. It was provided to them to cut those. Those are strip cards. That's why they're hand cut. But at the same time, the Hostess, the company's job is to give, in that case, the company was giving you the card on the box, and they're giving you perforated edge. They're basically inviting you to cut it. They're saying, hey, you can leave the box intact if you like, but here are some perforations. Here's some lines. If you want to cut within these lines, we're leaving that on you. From the factory, they're coming in a box that way. Now, you said in the discussion with Mastro, you said, bring it as intended, the distribution. You actually used the word distribution, which is a funny word. I kind of enjoyed that. I didn't pick on it too much.
That's how we did things. We distributed.
For sure. But the distribution, that if that's the case, then Master should have cut his card and put it inside of a Piedmont cigarette box, because that's the distribution method. That was the original distribution method.
You never know. He would have if he could have, probably, but that wasn't an option.
Yeah. But that wasn't what happened.
No, I agree with you. Now here's the issue that's very important to distinguish. On a Hostess box, for example, you point out how they have the lines. Let's say you cut the card out of the box and you cut it too big. Can you trim it down? Once you've cut it one time, can you trim it down to the correct size? If you cut it too big, can you trim it down? And again, I'm not in any way saying that, I'm not even defending what he's doing, what he did. I'm merely saying I think we have to keep in perspective the time and the place. But I'm asking you, since this is kind of what happened here, if let's say I cut the panels off and I sold you a Mickey Mantle post, and it's way too big. You can see the perforation like 2/3 of the way on each side. I cut it huge. If you cut it on the perforation, are you now, therefore, a criminal who deserves to be banned from the hobby forever like Pete Rose?
Well,
And
I don't
again,
think he was banned. So Brian,
no,
just to be
no, no,
fair on this, he
he's been
wasn't banned from any. He wasn't banned from the hobby at all.
he's been ostracized. And again, the auction house is the reason people should be critical of Bill Mastro. And if he lets me interview him again, I intend to take a very staunch position that I think the auction house stuff really does make him a Pete Rose figure. But it's not the card. And the card has been what people have pinned on him as, oh my God. Before they mention shill bidding, they say he's the guy that trimmed the Wagner. Their horns come out like he's the devil. He trimmed the Wagner. How dare he? And I think we vilified him for that. And we missed it. It's like vilifying OJ for cheating on Nicole Brown instead of cutting her head off. And I'm not trying to be mean, but like he cheated on her too. So like, are we going to pick on him for cheating on her or cutting her head off? Like that's the issue. So like, yes, Bill Mastro is not a saint, not defending him there ever. Going to my Hall of Fame, I'll go ahead and break the preview to you. He doesn't get a first ballot vote from me on the Hall of Fame, which is upcoming. He doesn't get a first ballot vote because of the shill bidding. But if I could put an asterisk next to it and say, for his contributions to the hobby only pre that event, the guy's a first ballot lock. He goes in there right with the top 5. Unfortunately, we don't get to unwrite history. And whatever happened with the auction house, which again, I hope we get to go into tons more detail, that to me doesn't make him a first ballot Hall of Famer. But make no mistake, Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame. He shouldn't have to wait till he died to be in the Hall of Fame. The steroid guys, I don't think all of them should be in, but a few of them probably should. Barry Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame. He should. Clemens should be in the Hall of Fame. Their contributions outside of the period where they were using steroids were substantial. And I think it's a total freaking hypocrite who says Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame, which is a majority of collectors would argue that Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame. A vast majority. If you ran a poll, I bet you 75% say he should be in the Hall of Fame.
We'd have to see on that. I think it would be pretty strong in his favor over the years. Now, just to be clear on this, since you brought up the Rose thing, I'm a guy where I was okay with the lifetime ban. For me, it came down to like he broke the only rule they had, and they would allow so many things to slide. It was really dumb, and I'm kind of a fan of punishing stupidity, so I didn't care. It's like, no, let him die. And then and to be honest, I wouldn't give him any pomp and circumstance either, because you did the one thing you weren't allowed to do. You can have your plaque; it's over on the side there. You can have it, no pomp, no circumstance, just have it. And it's after you're dead. So I'm okay with that portion of it.
And I would argue that the same people who made that rule have signs for DraftKings and FanDuel in their stadiums now. How dare they? I think it's just.
Well, you can't. Hold on. We can't retroactively put the present on the past, Brian. I thought we just talked about.
We gave Reggie Bush his Heisman back when we got it taken away because he took money when he was in college, and we gave him the Heisman back because we changed the rules. So I mean, I'm just saying things have changed a little bit since then. Totally get it. Things have changed a little bit since then. But my point is, if you fight vehemently for Pete Rose, then you at least have to ponder and give some credence to the idea that a person's contributions can be so substantial that you might someday, maybe not right away, look past them. Might. And I'm telling you now that I think if every person that is so quick to, and again, I'm not the biggest defender of him, believe it or not. But if I know some people that are very staunch Bill Mastro defenders who wouldn't have any criticism and who would say he did nothing wrong ever. I won't say that. But I think, to me, it takes quite a man or quite a person to have the balls to rip people to shreds and be unwilling to overlook any mistake when they, first off, are in a hobby full of people who are flawed and who have made substantial mistakes, many times causing damage to people, whether it's on bad deals. I mean, you've seen what goes on in this hobby. There are people that have been reinvented 10 times in this hobby. It's unbelievable that they're involved in something they shouldn't be, and suddenly they're hobby heroes again. Then they do something.
I believe I made that point.
Yeah, and they're hobby heroes again. And so to me, I think the contributions are so profound. You never hear that about this guy. Never. You never hear anyone say, this guy, it's really too bad about the auction house stuff because he was an important pioneer of the hobby, number one. But number two, they incorrectly, still today, even after my interview, there are still people that say, but that's the guy that trimmed the Wagner. That's not, A, it's not legally an issue. B, when grading was created, it was not an issue for the grader who did card 0000001. They made the decision that day that the circumstances on that card would be okay because the card measured in every way. It was the right thickness, the right height, right width, no added paper, no color added. The card was what it needed to be. And that day, PSA, to me, made a decision that if the card measures and I'll say funny business to give it the ability to measure, which is what I say when we flatten a card so we can make it bigger so we can then cut it down. That's different to me. That's a very different thing.
There's a lot of good comments here. So Brian, what I'm going to do, you've given me a lot. So let me come back here and I'll take a piece at a time because there's a lot of good stuff. And by the way, guys, before we came live, we had a little chat there and I said I would be fair and I wanted Brian to lead a section of the conversation so that I could listen and then also respond to him. So I have been reading the comments. Believe me, I've been entertained by a number of them. You guys have seen my smirks. But I want to be fair also because I want to listen to what Brian's saying, really listen to what he's telling me so that then we can have the discussion. So now let's do that. And I don't want Brian to get too distracted by the chat because it's very distracting. But here's what we're going to do. So let's touch on a couple of things. I'm going to backtrack you a couple of points here, Brian. So one of the ones that I want to talk about, since you mentioned it as part of that conversation, is you said, okay, you asked me the question, amongst other questions. You asked me if it was trimmed incorrectly once and it's the wrong size and it's trimmed incorrectly the second time, effectively, like, is it wrong or whatever the case. So my first question is, I'll answer it. But before I do, I want to know, so do you think it's correct? And I'm going to ask you a follow-up to that right away, which is, okay, but if it's correct for the second time, what if another party says, I still think it could be a little bit tighter. And it's within, the problem with T206 is there's tolerances. It's not a perfect exact. So you could cut it and then you could say, well, and Master played this. He said it would fall on the bigger side of Wagner, which means there's a little bit more room if you really wanted to have a little bit of fun with it. And you could cut like a little sliver and you could cut it again. So that's the first thing. So do you think that cutting it the second time or a third time, if it still measures correctly, is that correct?
That's a great question. I would say it's the same thing. I would say it's the same. Cutting a post, the first time someone cuts the post card off the bottom of a post serial or the back of a post serial, after that first cut, if it's wrong for the Wagner to have been cut to the correct size, then it's wrong to further cut the postcard. You screwed up when you didn't cut it right the first time. Screw you. That card's ruined because you didn't cut it right the first time. That's, to me, you have to, I believe you should have the same opinion on both. Either you cut it right the first time or you didn't. And you can argue, well, that sheet wasn't intended to be cut. And I would say, actually, the sheet was never intended to be out there. It was intended to be cut.
Okay, but for the hostess one, so for your hostess example, if you cut it and you left the entire perforation completely intact, then are we good to cut it the second time? It's fine.
Say that one more time.
I said in the hostess example. So we're talking about the one in the box. So you cut it, but you cut it wide, say in the shape of a football. So we got room. So we can cut it again and straighten that lineup, right? That's
sure.
The premise, yes.
Well, the question is, what I'm saying is it doesn't matter what I think. My thing is, whatever you think, it should be the same in both cases. So if you think it's wrong what Mastro did, then you should think it's wrong to make the second cut on the post serial. That's my point, is we apply different standards to different things because of the sexiness of it. Who cares about a post serial mantle? They all look like such shit anyway. It's amazing that anyone even buys those ugly cards. That's the reality of it. They're great little cards that were never treated well. They were cut poorly. People just kept cutting them down until they're way too small 90% of the time. And you never see panels intact to cut down today, and I wouldn't even know if you should cut it down today. Great question. But what I have a problem with is the inconsistency between how we treat that post or hostess example and how we treat the T206 example. We treat them differently, and they're not different. You get one, when you cut it off the hostess panel, once you made the one cut, now it's in the same state as the Wagner when Mastro got it. Then you've got the decision to make. Can you cut it to the correct size or not? And I'm going to argue that as a trading card purist who collected before any card was ever graded, I was a collector far before a card was graded. I will tell you now, I'm not so sure that if a card is the correct size and no other element of the card has been altered in order to achieve that size, I'm not so sure that the card is wrong. I'm not so sure. This is going to be subjective is my point. It's not about what I think or about what one other person thinks. it's really going to be about, for me, I could own that Wagner not because it's just famous. I'll take any of the cards off that sheet if they're cut correctly to the right size and look like that, and the thickness is correct, and everything else is correct about the card. I'll buy any card off that sheet for my collection, no problem. Love it. And I'll pay top dollar because I think they're worth it.
Okay.
Now, with that
Two-part
being,
question. Two-part
yeah,
question here.
yeah.
So based on what you just said, two-part question, because I want to touch on, again, there's some tremendous comments here. And believe me, I am reading them, I promise. But there's a lot. I want to make sure I'm listening to what Brian's saying, like I mentioned. And I know a lot of you guys disagree with a lot of it, but that's okay. But let's have this discussion. So let's touch on something here. Two parts. So first part is, you mentioned about how there's the alteration where someone presses it down, makes it bigger, and then cuts it. That's one. You're making a distinction between that and the example we're using here.
Absolutely.
So first piece. So let me ask this question. And then you mentioned how a PSA, you said that they made the decision. Well, my question is, so do you think they made a decision, or was it kind of as Master alluded to? Because in your conversation, he talked about it. It's like, well, if you can't detect it, is there anything wrong with it? I'm paraphrasing, but that's effectively what he said a couple of different times.
Yeah, I think at some point you have to look at a card, and the card has to speak for itself. And most cards that are altered, when I say altered, I mean truly altered, like flattened, then cut down, or bleach borders, which a lot of times you can smell.
Okay,
or,
so other than the chemical part of it, why is bleach borders different? I'm going to ask a question. Why is bleach borders different other than the chemical part of it if you bleach it to the correct form of white for the border?
Well,
what's the distinction?
Adding a foreign substance to the border, and PSA is taking a strong position on this now, not saying it's up to them to decide for the hobby, but I think adding a substance to the surface of a card is probably not okay. And I definitely think attempting to mislead people into thinking that it is the original color as it was intended to look after it had not been the color. I think it's very much like flattening the card, then cutting it down. The card got yellow and you turned it back white. This card never went backward. It only went forward. It only went down to the right size. Had he said, oh, fudge, I made it just a little too small, made it big again, like that's different. But this card only continued to go to where it should have been. And once it got to the correct size, and it is correct, like it is perfectly in the variance, maybe a touch big, if anything. But again, as a manufacturer of trading cards, there were many times Beckett kicked cards that I made and said evidence of trimming. And I watched the card get pulled at a show when someone opened a box in front of me. And I had to go to Beckett and say, guys, he just opened this box that I made. I made the card as the manufacturer. I'm telling you, that's the size of the cards. It was not trimmed. I watched it, and I watched him walk it over here. And then Beckett reassessed their position. Okay. So I know about the variant.
Follow-up question to that. So based on what you just said. So in the bleach example, you just said, because you're adding a foreign substance to it, because you're doing that extra step, then for you, that's a bridge too far. That's different. That's a different category, correct?
I think bleaching the border, especially if you did it today when bleaching the card is a known quantity of, that is considered today an alteration.
Okay. So
cutting a card to original size in the period in which this card was cut, that's different. I think there's even a distinction between cutting a sheet down today and cutting a sheet down then, because I think
question. I think
motive means something here if we're going to lynch this guy and hang him from the tree because he cut the Wagner.
So let's talk 1986 then. Since you brought that up, let's talk 1986. So the idea, you're saying it's different, but at the same time, if there's no rule, does that mean acquiescence? Does that mean acceptance? Because I don't think there was anything explicitly saying no, but I don't think there's anything explicitly saying yes. Oh yeah, just make sure it's the right size. Is that understood, or was that a rule?
The card was never supposed to be slabbed because no card was ever supposed to be slabbed. We went down this very treacherous road of grading much later. Like this card was never intended to go in. It was never any part of the future for this card to end up in a slab. That's man's creation after the fact, which probably has been the best and one of the best and worst things to ever happen to this industry. Is the proliferation of wasted plastic and, people buying plastic instead of cards now. They buy the holder, not the card. Shame on them. This hobby will probably never be as pure as it once was because of that. But with that being said, I think to look at the story without looking at A, motive, and B, the time, you're leaving out two of the most important elements. And again, I'm going to ask you, who said that our current rules about what's okay and not okay with cards, who made those rules? Are they arbitrary? Did someone make them? Is it as simple as someone like Burdick, who anointed this card, said, hey, if you do this, then you're you're altering the card. Why is altering a card a bad thing? I don't know. I don't know where this origin came from. I really don't. I don't know who decided that preserving or restoring a card is a bad thing. Because in other industries, CGC themselves, they own a company that press the comics, that press creases out of comics. Like, surely you see a distinction where, like, you have to ask yourself why cards are different than comics. Why are they different?
I will make one point about that. And we had this discussion when originally the Kurtz Card Care thing was happening, because the discussion about the pressing was brought up. But part of the reason that the pressing was accepted was they couldn't detect it satisfactorily. They was a situation. It was chicken or the egg situation. It's like, you want to say no, but you can't pick up on it if someone does it. Then what? Great, you can say no, but they can still do it. We may as well get in on the business.
So then the question comes: should the standard have always been, can you detect it? I don't know. Again, this is why I wanted to talk to Bill, because I wanted to understand in that time and place what he's thinking, what the hobby's thinking, how people process the idea behind cards. And the fact is, people just wanted a card they wanted a card the correct size, but they wanted a card that was aesthetically pleasing, the correct size. They wanted a card that looked great, that had great eye appeal. And I think that the problem we have is that we've been making up rules as we go along this whole time. Now, again, am I going to go get Kirk's card juice and soak my cards in it? Absolutely not.
Oh, you're missing on such a collab. I pitched that. I thought it would be great.
I know. I think dropping a card in a liquid is disgusting, frankly.
Okay.
So
let me ask a follow-up question. Since you brought that up, we mentioned it with the bleach, but since you brought up the Kurtz Card Care one, let me ask you this question, and it'll actually play into the Mastro conversation, so I can actually circle it back to one of the points we were talking about, and it plays into one of the comments that was being made as well. So let's touch on this one about the disclosure piece. So let me ask you this question. Here's what I want to know. So you already said the bleaching is a bridge too far because it's chemically altering the card, it's changing things, and we're interfering with kind of the natural state of the card. That's one part of it. Okay, so let me ask the question. So either Kurtz Card Care, bleaching, anything. If the people can't pick up on it, if they can't detect it, somebody did it, do they have any obligation to disclose it to the person that's purchasing it if they like the card aesthetically and they don't know what was done to it and they can't pick up on it, detect it, smell it, whatever?
That's going to be a hobby decision. And again, I know my personal opinion. I would like to know it if there's been an alteration. Again, I'm going to argue that it's not a no-brainer if this card was altered. It was cut down to the size it was supposed to be cut down to, whether it was by the machine or by the person. It was cut to the correct size. It wasn't cut and then recut and then uncut. It was cut to the correct size. And again, that's the big differentiation with trimming now, is cards today are cut to the correct size generally. And because of corner wear or edge wear or something else, there's a motive to clean those things up by expanding the card and then cutting it back down. There's a big difference. And I'll die on that hill. There is a difference. There's 1,000% a difference between cutting something bigger down than taking something smaller, making it bigger again to then cut it back again small. Okay. I think motive there is clear deception. In the Mastro case, and this is not me being his buddy, which again, I want to make sure we talk about that later, about the accusations of buddies defending buddies. I would argue that what Mastro did was he did not set out to deceive. He didn't deceive. Okay. He did what in the time was a reasonable way to approach a card that was shaped like a football. In the time, I do not believe...
There was a reasonable way to approach a card shaped like a football?
I don't believe in that time. I don't believe he would have been ostracized had they said, ooh, Bill cut that down to look correct. I think they would have said, wow, he did an amazing job of getting that to look amazing. I honestly believe that's what people would have said then. Honestly, I think I'm going to get Jim Beckett on the show because I want to talk to Jim Beckett. I want to say, Jim, in that time and place, how would you have felt if you knew he cut the Wagner? I would love to poll the biggest guys in the hobby that were around in those days. I don't believe they would have all freaked out because he cut the Wagner to look gorgeous like that. I don't believe they would have freaked out in that time and place.
So if that's the case, hold on. If that's the case, I got a question.
Change the rules that, of course.
I got it. Question. I have a question. If that's the case, then why wasn't that front and center when the card was initially sold?
Because I don't think it was ever an issue. Like, I don't think.
How would you know it's an issue if you don't even bring it up? If they're not going to ask, wait, let me ask a question, Brian. Serious question. Again, 1980s card show. You were there. I wasn't. I want to ask you a question. If you are buying from a dealer that deals in vintage, they're a known quantity in the hobby, they've been around a long time, you see this card, it looks really nice. Is the first question you ask, has this been trimmed? If the card looks nice, like, are you ever gonna? Is that even question even gonna come up
Not then,
directly to
not
somebody like
then,
that?
not
Of
then.
course,
Today I
of
would, but
course.
not then.
But
But
we're
then
talking about that. So
you
my
would never
question
have asked
is,
anything then. You wouldn't have said anything or asked anything because it would not have been an issue.
exactly. But in this instance, we know that something was done with it ahead of time. Of course, he's not. If the argument that, well, he didn't ask, well, why would he have asked? How would he have even, number one, Copeland isn't like, I don't think anybody considers Copeland to, he amassed a great collection. Do you consider Copeland to have been a great hobbyist? Was he like an experienced hobbyist? Like, he threw money around, he bought great cards, but was he a hobbyist with experience to be able to say anything or even question anything?
I think he knew enough to know what he wanted to collect or what he wanted to buy. I wouldn't consider him among the most foremost authorities. No, I don't think
Yeah,
so. I think you can only put that. I think you can only put that tag on a handful of guys.
sure. But my
Not-
question so of course he would never ask. He's not going to ask Bill Mastro in 1986 or 1987. Hey, hey, did anything go with this card? Is this exactly the way you found it? Of course not. Why would he ask that question?
And why would anyone care? Because it wouldn't have mattered. Because back then, if the card is the correct size,
But how would we have known if it didn't matter if nobody bothered to ask the question at the time? He
that's
said he
the
didn't
point.
hide it, but no one asked.
cared, but if they cared, they would have asked, did this come off sheet? It wasn't like that was the first time a card was cut off a sheet. You do understand. People
I
had-
do understand, but
people
you're
cut down
you're
sheets
assuming
before.
that someone would have asked.
No, but I
Who
understand.
asked?
People have cut down sheets before that. That was the first time anyone ever cut a sheet. Like
I get it.
that would be the most ignorant assertion ever. That just so happened. It's like those guys on like Chris Hansen that when they get caught with the underage child, they go, "Oh, it's the first time I've ever done this." We all know it wasn't the first time they ever did it. Just like here, we know this was not the first time an uncut sheet was cut. Yet we're going to vilify this one card instead of what is probably not one, two dozens, probably hundreds of sheets over the years that were cut down.
Okay.
Free this card.
Question
Free
on
this
that.
card.
Question on that. How many cards before that in the baseball card hobby sold for $110,000?
Does the value matter? Because we're talking about
It does, yeah. It kind of does.
No.
Yes.
No, you can't do that. It's like
Yes,
saying
you can.
different laws apply to different people. Like what Kevin Spacey did was horrible, but if a person on the street does it, is it also horrible? Well, yeah.
That's not
Anyone
a
doing it-
valid comp. That's not a valid comp, Brian. No,
Hold on.
no.
So you think, hold on. So alteration only matters if a card is more valuable. Then the more valuable it is, the more egregious it is, as opposed to it's either wrong or it's right. So if I've been married to my wife for 1 year and I chose to be unfaithful, if I've been married for 40 years, then I think that's a much greater distinction. It's much more egregious to be married for 40 years and do that than 1 year, right? I mean, like really, it's 1 year. 40 years, I've got so much more invested there. That's a much more rich relationship. It's either fundamentally right or wrong to cut a sheet down. And again, I'm not even taking the position I'm the expert who can say yes or no. I'm only saying I think we apply different standards to different people in different situations. And I think sometimes, just like the media and the mainstream, we pick topics that are fun to jump on and take positions on. And we have fun with them, as you like. I think your term you love to use is, I just want to have some fun with it.
Oh, I am having fun with it.
I think a lot of people, just like the sports card radio guys, I've become friendly with them after all this time. We started out rocky. But at the end of the day, you know why I like them is because they have fun with the hobby. They have fun with people. They jerk around with people. They have fun with them. They'll be mean to your face. They'll be mean to you on the radio show. And then when they see you, you're pals because it's just business. It's show business. So, again, I think the position that I'm defending OJ for cutting Nicole's head, I mean, that's not what I'm saying here at all. What I'm saying is I think it's quite interesting that we're taking a topic that was not even a topic at the time. It wasn't a topic and it was happening because the hobby was different. The hobby was different. Now, the question is, and the one thing that no one's ever gotten an answer on is, what did PSA know? That's the real question. I don't know who was in the room, whether it was David Hall or Michael Hay. I don't know who was in the room when this decision was made. I think the guy, I think the guy that runs Louisville Comics now was a grader at PSA at the time. And I saw him at the Dallas show. I really should have thought about asking him. But I would love to know what they did and didn't know. Would it change your opinion, Carlos, if PSA knew that it was cut off a sheet and cut down to the correct size? Would that change your opinion? Like, let's say I suddenly got my friend from Louisville Comics, not that he's my friend, but I know who he is, and he came on the show and joined us right now and told you that he was a grader at PSA and they were aware it was cut off a sheet, but in that time and place, it did not matter. Would your position change? You say, you know what? We gave Bill a raw deal here.
I don't think it would change. So I'm going to separate two things. Would it change my personal position? No, because I led with personally, I don't care what you do with the card. That's not my issue. And it's not even my issue that they graded it, to be honest with you. I would prefer that they designated it correctly. To me, it's an authentic altered. That's what I'm looking at when I see that
Sheet
card.
cut. I think any card cut off a sheet, not by the manufacturer, should be graded and given a sheet cut designation.
Something to that effect. A designation separate from the stamp.
And then down the line, I think even when I mean off the record, or on the record, I think when a card's altered, even by Kurt's Card Care, I believe it should have an altered grade and be an A8, A9, A10, altered with the eye appeal of a 10 or a 9 or an 8. Because frankly, as you get further back in vintage, I've said before, and I'll say it again, I'd much rather have a 52 tops mantle that has been trimmed and borders bleached than a PSA 1 that looks like Roseanne Barr shoved it up her backside. I'd much rather have that. I'd much rather have that non-crinkly, wrinkly, looks like a French fry at a whatever, kind of crinkly French fry looking card. I'd rather have a beautiful aesthetic card that's been altered for my collection because eye appeal matters. And so I think the grading companies have done us a disservice by not immediately making rules and figuring out how we're going to tackle these topics. Instead, we vilified cards and said once a card has been restored or preserved, that it's ruined. We've given this perception, and I think that's completely wrong. And again, I'm not saying this is PSA's fault. I'm saying to understand fully what Mastro did and if it was wrong, right, or neither at that time, what is the word? There's no inconclusive at the time. We have to understand what PSA was thinking too when they slabbed it. I think that's my next interview. I want to interview whoever was in that room. I want everyone in that room to say, what were you thinking when you slabbed the card? Did you care? Because every grading company I've ever spoken to, and I can tell you, I've worked with a lot of them. Card number 1 or comic number 1 they graded was an important book. Hell, when CBCS first started, I was going to be a partner in CBCS, the one that Beckett ended up buying eventually. And we talked about we're going to go get a adventures, or an amazing fantasy, whatever it was, to grade as the first book. Because we knew that the first book had to be a banger. That was critical. So again, I think it's unfair for us to make a decision in retrospect using today's knowledge, understanding, feelings, thoughts, accumulated education to determine what people thought, knew, and accepted it at that time. I think it's just short-sighted. And again, I'll tell you again, knowing what I know, I'd probably, if I really took the money out of it, I might rather have the 6 than the 8. I might. Thinking about it, I might rather have Mastro's 6 than the 8. I might rather. The money makes it very hard to say you would take the 6 over the 8, obviously. And the story makes the 8 so fantastic now. But if you told me I could get a trim card that looked like an 8 and or not a trim card, but a card that had been cut from the sheet by hand versus a factory cut card, 8 to 6, I'd probably take the 6. That's my personal opinion. But, I don't think we can vilify the act of cutting that card from a sheet when that was probably okay at that time.
So I'm going to pause you. So I wanted to make sure again, I wanted to listen and go through the cycle. Again, I don't think the vilification is on the cutting. I actually think most people fall under my category as like, it's your property. You do whatever the hell you want with it. It's the transfer from you to the next person where the disclosure of it. We talked about whether it's accepted or not accepted. The problem is we cannot ascertain how acceptable it was to the next buyer if the next buyer didn't necessarily know. And again, his testimony, not mine, we can go back to the tape if you want, but he said it didn't come up. Well, if it didn't come up, it means it wasn't discussed, it wasn't asked, and it wasn't answered. He also said he didn't hide it. Well, not hiding it is also the same as I'm not going to say anything unless you explicitly ask me.
You don't not hide things that are not a problem. Like that's not an issue. Like it was never. If something is not a potential problem, you don't address it. Like,
but he doesn't think it's a potential problem. He already said explicitly he doesn't think it's a problem.
Have you ever sold a car? Now, if your car's been in a wreck, you probably disclose that because you have to.
You do have
to. Let's say your kid dropped an ice cream cone in the back seat and you had to clean the leather or do something to the leather. Did you disclose to who you sold the car that one time your kid spilled an ice cream cone and you had to change the leather out? Or that someone keyed the car but you had the dent taken out? Or, And again, I say this, cars that are consumer cars, no one really cares, but there are collector cars where things like this happen, where there's dings taken out of cars. Do you report every ding? No, but you report the ones that are considered to be alterations or egregious at the time you're selling it.
Or
When
it's
you sell
material.
that car,
It's material that changes what the car is.
at the time you're selling, but again, you can't make disclosures for things that are not disclosure worthy when you sell them. You can't. It doesn't make sense. It's like a politician in the 1950s addressing the morning after pill. You can't do that in the 1950s because it didn't exist. It wasn't a thing. It's only a thing 40 years later, 30 years later.
So let me ask a question then. So same vein, we'll stick with what you're talking about. 1986. I'm going to stay contemporary. We're going to stay right in that time zone. If I'm at a card show, you want to buy this card from me, you don't like one of the edges on this, and I grab a pair of scissors and I cut the damn thing, and it's perfectly sized. You watched me do it right in front of your face. It's not a thing? You don't care?
Well, you wouldn't have, first off, if you didn't like the edge, you wouldn't have just cut the card. You would have sold to me and say, hey, if you don't like the card, then don't buy it. I mean, I would have bought a card I liked. But again, this card measures correctly. When I say correctly, there is no doubt. You don't look at it and say, holy shit, that card doesn't look right. The card looks right. The card's thickness is right. It wasn't pressed and cut down. So again, in no way am I saying that I even agree or would have done the same thing. Frankly, I would have been so pissed that the guy cut the sheet down, I would have wanted to strangle his ass. But Bill was a collector different than us. He didn't care. He just wanted the card because it was the nicest card that he had ever seen in terms of every other element of the card. It's the nicest thing he ever saw. And I think you sometimes have to look at it and say, no one has a problem with this card that's ever owned the card. No one has ever had a problem. No one that's ever auctioned the card or sold the card or graded the card. No person who's ever been tied to the card has ever had a problem with the card.
The first couple of people that owned the card didn't know anything about it.
Because it wasn't a thing. And you can't, but like you said.
What would Wayne Gretzky know about a 1991 Wagner?
That's my point. No one knew anything about that card at all.
Wayne Gretzky doesn't know anything about it now.
No one cared. My point is, the only people that are passionate and care are people today who have seen fraud and other things perpetrated, which are way different than this. If you equate this to Kurt's Card Care or these guys that shave the edges of card to make them smooth, if you equate it to that, I can't help you because this is clearly different. This is clearly different than that.
It doesn't seem to be that clear cut to a lot of us.
I would argue it does not take a very high level of intelligence to see the difference between making a single cut on two sides to make it correct and taking something that is correct and saying, ooh, but I can fool people into thinking it's better than it is. That's not what this was. It was never fooling people. It was making the card the size it was supposed to be. Now, again, do I wish he hadn't had to do it? I agree. Do I think if he sold it today, he would disclose it? I would think today he better disclose it today because the world has different perceptions and feelings on it.
Well, that was two different statements, though. You said, do you think he would? And you said he should, but he also said he doesn't think he did anything wrong. So
but
what
I
if
think
he
today
did?
he would have to disclose. I think today he would have to disclose it because
Who would make him? Who'd put a gun to his head?
Well, I think he would disclose it. He'll still stand by the fact he didn't think he did anything wrong because I think in that time and place he did.
I agree with that.
I don't think at that time and place he thought he didn't think he was doing anything wrong, and I'm not sure if he did do anything wrong. I'm not sure because no one can tell me from that time period that was wrong at the time. Now, in retrospect, we use today's standards and we look at things that all the time. I told my kids growing up, I said, look at what these people did back in the 50s. They were bigots and they didn't even know it, or they were this and they didn't even know it, or this. So we can apply today's what we visualize and know today and accept as being okay or not okay today. We can look at the past and put that lens on it. But to judge someone who grew up in a different time and place and not understand the environment or give any credence to or any allowance for the environment in understanding why they do what they do, I think that's very short-sighted. I think it's very short-sighted not to do that. You have to look at context. And again, I will die on the hill of contextually, context-wise, I do not believe that at that time and place, what he did was an egregious assault on an incredible collectible. I do not believe that. Now, based on the rules we've made since then, today, the hobby would say you do not cut cards by hand that came off a sheet. You just don't. You don't hand cut them.
Okay. Let me
And
ask you a
I
question.
would say if
Let
you
me
cut
ask you
it
a question.
today, if you cut it
Let
today,
me
he
ask you
has
a
a
question.
higher culpability and is held to a higher standard than if he cuts it in 1986.
Okay. As you said a moment ago, you've said multiple times at the time it wasn't a big deal or it wasn't a concern or, variations of that. But I think we have to agree that there is clearly a difference when in 1986 the entire collection of these T206 cards was worth, quote unquote, $25,000, and then you cut the one card, and a year later it sold for $110,000. The aesthetic clearly improved it. Somebody was clearly willing to pay more than 4 times what it was originally sold. So what his intention originally was, and whether it was acceptable at the time or not, he improved it, quote unquote. He made it worth 4 times as much in 12 months. That's a pretty good return on investment for a paper cutter.
And again, I think we make it sound like he cut it and then instantaneously said, "Oh my God, I can make 4 times my money. I'm selling it." That was not how it worked.
He's also in the same conversation with you. He said it's hard for him not to see dollar signs when there's a big high value item. He
Well,
said that.
how do you know? Again, in this time and place, nothing was $100,000. Like that was an amount of money
Sure.
that's so absurd. It was just absurd. 25,000 was absurd. 100,000 was super absurd. So again, I think we have to look at this. And again, I'll go. I see a few things that pop up in chat where I giggle a little bit. And I'm
There's
just
a couple good ones in there. There's some good ones.
yeah, and of course, listen. I fully understand people not understanding because they weren't here. I was here. That's
I think
right.
a few of the guys in the chat there were here actually.
They
Also
weren't really there in the 1980s. They weren't in the weeds, and they don't know. They don't know. No, they might have collected cards, but they didn't know. No, they weren't in the industry. And I'm not a spring chicken. I've been around the block.
I was gonna say, were you in the industry in 1986? I know you were doing some dealing, but were you like fully sailing?
1987 is when I started full boring it.
Okay.
So I was in the glory, but I bought and sold my first cards in 86.
I get it. Okay, sure.
I understand. I understood, and I was immediately launched into the world of vintage. My heroes were not Bill Mastro. My heroes, Dr. Beckett was my mentor, someone I looked up to my whole life. He owned a store here in Dallas. He was my mentor. I looked up to him because he understood things that other people didn't understand. And so there's a lot of people there that like in this hobby at that time. And again, I'm going to tell you, I did have the chance to hear what Dr. Beckett thought of my interview this weekend. While I didn't get to ask him about what did you think about Bill cutting the card, was it ever wrong or right? That's I'm calling him the minute we get off the phone. Or I'm going to email him because he'll be in bed. He goes to bed like 8 o'clock. But I will definitely send him an email and say, Dr. Beckett, I want to interview you and talk to you about this stupid card. Now that Mastro's talked, I want to talk to you about what you would have thought at the time. I want to understand your thinking at the time. Because I think if you heard from him and you heard from Kit Young and you heard from guys who traded these cards at that time, Bill Westland, Larry Fritz is gone, unfortunately, but all these guys who were icons at the time, a lot of them are passed, unfortunately, but the guys who were the titans of industry back then, if you heard from all of them that we didn't think anything was wrong with that, we wouldn't have thought anything was wrong at that time, would that change your perspective? Or would they all be wrong because at the time there was nothing wrong with it, but now there is? Like,
so I'll answer the question. I will answer the question. For me, the disclosure piece is the be all and end all of the discussion. I don't care what you did. I just want to know that you did it. That's it.
Would you, as a favor to me, would you go back to every car you've ever sold and let the people know things you did to make it look better before you sold it?
Tell them, happy to do that. I don't have any cars that I need to worry about, Brian. I don't have to worry about any cars, Brian.
You've never sold a car?
Nope.
Well, that's probably not owning enough cars. But if you've owned enough cars in your life, like us older guys, we've gone through a few cars in our life. We've taken a few dents out. We've had cars that have had hell damage that got repaired that you don't disclose that. You only disclose accidents. But again, or in your house when you've sold a house. Have you ever sold a house? Did you ever have anything happen in your house that was less than the requirement to report that you had?
Right. In a house, we have home inspections. There's a person in between who will actually go and do that. That's their job.
And you just answered the question. The card was inspected by the authority at the time, and the
later.
Card, right?
No, in 1991, there was no authority in 1986. Right. You talked about this.
When the card traded again and again and again, it had been looked at by an authority. No one ever had a problem with that card until now. Now we have a problem with that card. We did not have a problem in 1986. We didn't have a problem in 1991. We had
I have a question. I have a question based on that. Okay, so between 86, Master gets it, he cuts the card. He owns the card. It's his card. It's his PC. Copeland comes in and they make an offer. Who are the authorities in 1987? Who is the authority here? Master presumably is one of the authorities because he's the guy who deals in a lot of these cards. So he's one, but he's the seller. So who is the authority on the other end representing the buyer?
You understand, Mastro didn't keep this a secret. He didn't cut the card. No one cared. But he did tell Lifson.
Well, Lifson was his business partner. Of course he told him.
He bought Lifson out of it. He bought Lifson out of the card. Lifson knew. Other people knew about the card. If you think Mastro and Lifson are the only two that ever knew it was cut, I think you're wrong. I think you're just wrong. I know I said in the follow-up.
So did he go out and brag about it? Who did he tell?
It wasn't a thing you had to brag about because it wasn't some great achievement. It was, you had a sheet, you cut it down. People cut down sheets all the time back then. And did so even more after that. People cut down 85 top sheets and 80 top sheets. And people cut down sheets all the time. People cut 86, 87 sheets. They cut Star Company sheets. They've cut sheets for decades.
But what about the buyer? But what about the buyer?
We care because grading has gotten out of hand.
The only one I'm asking about, Brian, is the buyer. Brian, the only one I'm asking about is the buyer. You could have told everybody else in creation.
The buyer didn't give a shit, so why do you? I'm being
honest. How would he know?
Well, buyer has, they don't care. The card is correct. When he bought the card, it was the correct size, looked correct, smelled correct. Everything's correct about the card. How it got there, what if the factory had cut it and then said, oh, we miscut it and cut it correctly? Would that have been okay? If the factory did 2 cuts? Because let me ask you a question. Ask me at Leaf. Maybe a good question is, Brian, did you ever make a card and do something to it after it was produced to fix it before it was released? Because there were a couple times we had cards that had small surface issues and we corrected the surface issue before we released it. Now, the question is, did we alter the card or is it okay for us to alter it because we made it?
Yeah.
That's a great question.
Yep.
But the point is, the customer only knows what they know. They look at the card. Back then, it was the Wild West. There was nothing to ask about. You got the card. It looks right. It measures right. It's the most beautiful thing you've ever seen in your whole life. All Copeland could do is say, holy shit, this is the Grail, and I've got the most beautiful one that exists. And no one cared how it was cut because, frankly, it was cut. Just like the factory cuts, people cut. The card's the right size. It looks stunning. He asked all the questions he needed to ask. The card is fucking fantastic. That's it. Just gorgeous. Card's gorgeous. Measures right. It doesn't look small, and it turns out it isn't small. Then the first time an authority, we have anointed an authority, and I think you'd have to agree the hobby has anointed PSA the authority. The first time an authority looks at the card, they have no problem with the card. Now, I would like to know if they knew.
That's kind of so to me, that's the more pertinent question.
That's a great question.
They looked at the card and couldn't figure it out.
That's a great question, but I don't think they tried. I don't think there was anything to figure out because even in 1991, I'm not so sure that cutting a sheet was wrong. Because Beckett had graded sheet cut cards from the day they started. PSA had graded sheet cut cards from the day they started. It was only a few years later that they quit grading. Like if these guys in Canada is where a lot of the sheet cutters come from. I'm sure you know that. And you can go to their booths and you see.
Hey, listen, I don't care. I'm not talking about my scissors. We are not discussing my pair of scissors.
I know, but you can go up. You go up to the expo and you'll see the guys. I can point out 5 guys that cut.
I know one of the dealers. Yes,
I know you know one of them. He's been cutting sheets for decades, and you know what? Beckett was fine with that forever. Now I think they're starting to turn on that, and PSA has definitely turned on it. They definitely can tell because again, technology's refined, and the problem is the consumer cares, and that's why they suddenly care. But they didn't care initially because, frankly, I'm not sure if it matters who cuts it off the sheet. Honestly, the crudeness of the cutters back then, it was paper. The paper cutter was probably the equivalent of what cut it back in that era. It was literally a guillotine cut. Today, we cut some cards with lasers. You know, they literally took a guillotine and just sliced it. So I'm not sure the cutting device was any different. Or much different.
It is a little bit different. One of my associates, Bobby, can speak to that, especially for O-Pee-Chee and those ones. They had used more of a wire kind of system. It's not a paper cutter in the same. It's not your home paper cutter. That's not the same thing.
Yeah, but I think in the T card era it was a blade. I don't think it was a wire. Like that's why O-Pee-Chee has that typical horrible rough cut to some extent.
That's part of the reason. There's a couple of reasons for it, but that's part of it.
There's a crudeness to the tools for sure. So again, with that being said, I think the thing that I just urge people. You know what? If you don't want to accept that card as being the best real Wagner, don't accept it. You're probably never going to have a chance to buy it anyway. No one is. That card will never see the light of day ever. It will never be sold by his great-grandkids, their grandkids. No one's ever going to sell that card. You will never see it again. So it's going to be immaterial somewhat because the guy who owns it will never let that go for any amount of money. But in principle, I think it's a little unfair, that we apply today's principles to the past and expect a different set of behaviors than what was acceptable at the time.
So two things, real quick.
If you ask around, they're going to tell you there was nothing taboo about what happened with that card at the time. And again,
I would like to hear the Beckett version of that. I would like to hear his take on that. Yeah.
I would love, and that's the next call I make, because I would love to. And I'm actually talking. I have a few other interviews scheduled that are also. I pulled a couple other guys out of the hidden troves to have some great discussions coming up. But I think that's one where, again, I think Beckett. I think there's a few other guys. Kate Young would be a great guy to talk to because he's been around forever. There's a lot of guys like that have been around forever that really can give some good, clear guidance as to what they would have thought at the time.
I think that would be a good litmus test. Take those dealers from that period because that'd be
Absolutely,
contemporary.
absolutely. And again, if they told me, "Oh my God, that was a no-no at the time," then I'll take my position back and say, maybe we should judge him differently.
Okay. Now, question, follow up question to this. So, based on the idea here is that once it's been done, though, at this point, you talked about like today, he won't sell it and all that. But here's the thing: even if he did sell it today, we know. So, like, it doesn't really matter anymore. You can put whatever you want on the label. You can leave it as is. You can make it alter. You can do your AA version of it, whatever. We know it's that Wagner. We know it's the one that Gretzky McNall once owned because we know it's that one. Then we know the history now of it. So guess what? So now everybody knows. So you don't have to disclose anything even today now because it's already out there. It's published. It's documented. It's in the public sphere. So it's not hidden in any way, shape, or form on the card. Whereas opposed to in the era at the time, again, you're saying that it wasn't a big deal, but yet no one felt the need to say anything about it at any point because, to your point, it didn't matter.
It didn't matter because the card was correct, and in the time and place, it was fine. I think the rules have changed. And what I'm going to ask people to do is, listen, it's very easy to say, listen, this guy's a defender of a crook. Great, say that. I honestly don't give a shit. If you guys want to hang Bill Mastro from the tree, that's fine. I'm not going to be that guy because I've been around the hobby long enough to have seen a complete evolution in how we look at these things. And I'm going to say shame on you, people who have that same thing, for falling for the buy the plastic, sell the paper. You don't give a shit about the card. You only want the plastic. The grading nuts who say, some of these guys that are so emphatic in their position, they're buying the plastic, not the card. They are. They're paying a substantial premium of what they pay for a raw card because it's in the plastic. And not because they're unable to determine if it's real or good, but because the market has told them and they're lemmings and they've gone along with it. And what I'm going to tell you is shame on you for accepting what these guys have told you and not looking at the time. And I think the best litmus test is going to be, let's talk to contemporaries. But you would agree that if these contemporaries said that in that time and place, there was nothing wrong with that in that time and place, and it would have been acceptable, Carlos, would you say, hey, you know what? I now see Bill Mastro in a different light because he didn't disclose something because there was nothing to disclose. Would you take that? I mean, I assume you would, just the same way I would say if it was unacceptable, I would say, you know what? That changes my perspective on it.
So two things. So let me answer your question. Two things. So number one, it doesn't change my opinion on Mastro because my opinion on Mastro is not based on, I'm not charging him for cutting a card. I don't care that you cut a card. For me, I think in general, good business. And you want to say at the time it was quote unquote acceptable for me? Fine. Then again, it was no mystery. You weren't hiding it. You could have said it, especially after you went into Sotheby's auction. You're part of this discussion. Your card's already been sold. You've sold it. Now Copeland is getting you to help him sell the card with Sotheby's. It's like nothing. Bueller, nada.
I listen. There is nothing wrong with that card in the time it happened, or according to PSA when it was slabbed. Again, all these things you keep saying we should be giving disclosures on something that wasn't something that needed disclosure until the last 8 to 10 years. The last 8 to 10 years is when we really got down to where did this come from? Because again, people have been buying Beckett and PSA cards that are sheet cut for decades since these companies started. They've been buying sheet cut cards. Every BGS 10, Marino and Elway, is sheet cut. Every copy is sheet cut. They are. They just are. That's just how they are. You're not getting a BGS 10 on those cards without, and half of the 9.5s are sheet cut. So, like, if you're buying any of those cards, if you're buying high-grade 80s baseball, there is a very good chance you own a sheet cut card. Very good chance.
Okay.
1980 Henderson PSA 10s. 79 Ozzie Smith PSA 10s. There is a real chance that you're buying a sheet cut card if you're buying those nosebleed cards. So the reality is the hobby has only had a big problem with this the last 10 or 15 years. And I think there's shame in it. And again, I saw someone in the chat saying, shame on me for turning this on collectors for having a problem with it. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you? And the guy told me to go F myself, which is very kind.
Well, Paul's a very animated individual.
Paul's obviously an extremely intelligent guy with vast hobby experience, far predating mine. And having been involved, like I've only been a hobby dealer, a show dealer, a mail order company, one of the biggest distributors in the business. I've owned stores. I worked at ProSet, consultant for Upper Deck, and owned a company for 13 years. I just sold for $125 million. So I really don't have a lot of hobby experience. I really don't. All those things is all I have. So yes, he probably has more vast experience, and therefore I probably should go F myself because he is the authority, not me. I'm merely saying, generally in this hobby, and honestly in life, but we can make the hobby a microcosm of it, we have done an incredible job of throwing people on the Barbie and skewering them based on today, what we know and think, when we just don't care about the circumstances around an event. We just don't care. And the fact is, you just pointed out that your lack of respect for Mastro, maybe some of it is non-disclosure.
It's not a lack of respect. I didn't say anything. I don't care about Mastro. To be fair, Brian, I don't care about Bill Mastro one way or the other. He can jump off a pier. I don't care. He can be the saint if you want.
Okay,
I'm talking about what he did.
Would you go for him as a hobby Hall of Famer?
No, probably not. No.
Okay. Would it be because of the shill bidding in the auction house and going to prison, or the card?
I would say probably the prison. Yeah, for me, it's more the prison.
Probably not.
I don't really care that much about it.
Okay, so to me, the problem is every headline on this guy, the first thing you hear every time is the Wagner. That's what you hear every time.
But he went to jail for the shill bidding.
I understand. 3/4 of the people in this room or listen to this video did not know about the shill bidding. They only knew about the card because that's a sensational, beautiful headline, salacious greatness. That's what we all want to hear is the salacious part. The fact is, shame on Bill for whatever the auction house did with. And again, do I consider him a friend? Yeah. But you know what? If you're friends with anyone in this hobby, then you've got friends that have not lived a lily-white existence. Because I know maybe 2 people in the whole industry that have never done anything that I could say, hey, that was wrong. I know maybe 2 people that have almost walked on water in this hobby. And I know a lot of people over 35, 40 years. I know
2 more than I know, so congratulations.
I know 2. I know 2 that have walked on water, and I'm not one of them. For sure. We've all made mistakes. We've all made mistakes in the business. All of us have. The fact is, when you string the guy up and then you say, you did this to the Wagner and you are a horrible whatever, string him up for the shill bidding and say, how dare you cost consumers money? That's great. I have no problem with that. And honestly, if I get a second shot at the next interview, that will be something I'll say is, Bill, I'm your friend, but I got to be honest. That hurt people. And I want him to answer me. What do you say to people you hurt? And again, you can say I'm defending people. I'm telling you now, I'll ask him. You freaking took money out of people's pockets and you hurt them. I'm not scared to say that to him. He's my friend, but guess what? If that offends him, he's not really my friend. I don't really care. We won't talk anymore if that offends him. But the reality is, you took money out of people's pockets. You misled them and deceived them.
Okay.
Whether it was you or people under you and you had knowledge of it, doesn't really matter. How do you explain how that's okay in any way, shape, or form? And then I want to ask him, how was prison? And do you think you deserved it? For what you did to people and how you hurt them, do you think you deserve prison? And did you learn something from that? And that's the part that, again, you can tell me how to defend whatever. I'm trying to have an intellectual discussion about why we look at things the way we do. Why do we don't know what we don't know? And as a hobby, we're stupid in that sense. And yeah, you can quote me on that. As a hobby, we are stupid about what we don't know. And there's things I don't know that I learn every day. And I'm like, holy cow, I did not realize blank, 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 blank.
Now, so let me touch again. For the most part, I've let the comments run, and I know you're reading them. I get that.
Well, I do want to address the guy that just said that. He said, "Why didn't I say that?"
I think it's a valid point because you chose the order in which you wanted the 2 things to discuss. You want to discuss the Wagner first, and then you chose to leave this one for a potential conversation down the road. So why the order? What's the order?
Absolutely. The thing is, the shill bidding really appeals to more the professional in the industry and the more sophisticated collector, and not the masses. The Wagner has been a story that people who don't know anything about cards know about. People who don't collect, people who don't care, they all know about the Wagner. And so to me, this was a chance to. It's kind of like when you get to be in the mind of someone who does something you don't agree with or you object to or you think is wrong, you get to be in their mind and understand what they're thinking at the time. And you got to admit, it's kind of compelling to think about or listen to this guy talking about when he cut to Wagner. And I'm not saying, again, whether you think it's wrong or right, forget all that. It's very interesting to hear what he's thinking and why he thinks it's okay or not okay in that time and place. Not that he's only defending himself, because I'm sure he's going to defend himself either way, probably. But again, I think if I get a shot at the second interview, I think you're going to hear a mea culpa from him that you'll be shocked. Because I know he's regretful. He's a different person today than he was then. He's not driven by money the same way. And I think you'll hear a different side of him that will make him more appealing. But I'll be honest, overwhelmingly, and that's why I discredit some of what I hear, because overwhelmingly the response I got was they came away with a sense of he wasn't making any attempt to be this egregious one. I think a lot of people came away with it. This is a different guy than they thought because he'd only been vilified. They'd never heard the guy talk. They knew nothing. And once they heard him talk about his love for the hobby, what he did in the hobby, and all those things leading up to it, it put some context to it that makes it a little more relatable and makes you at least want to think about it instead of find him guilty before you hear the case.
So let me talk about that. Since you brought it up.
Going back to the order. So the order was I wanted to give the topic that most people would engage most people. And then sometimes you only get one bite at the apple. Because this was pretty risky of him really it's a big step for him to come out and talk about the details of it. Yes, he'd done the very cursory stuff with Probstein, and the stuff that's in the card, the beginning of it, is all stuff that he fed them and told them. So that's true. But we never got to hear what was going on in his head when he did it, why he did it, what he did. How does he feel about it today? What was the motive? What was his thought process? And again, I think there's something to that that's really compelling on from a human nature scientific look at kind of standpoint. Then, assuming he doesn't get massacred for showing some just transparency, the hope is I get a second bite at the apple, because he is a different guy now, and he'll admit he did wrong. I've talked to him for 50 hours heading into this. I spent 50 hours talking to him before I ever interviewed him. We've talked about every part of these topics. I know his answer on these other topics because I've already asked him the questions. And he has told me very frankly how he feels. This is a man driven in his life by missions and other things now. But again, no one here wants to hear that. They want to hear that he's a criminal and a scumbag. That's the reality. That's what they want to hear, because that's the salacious crap that we've been selling on YouTube and other places for decades.
Well, let me make one distinction here. The scumbag part is people's reaction to whatever they see fit in. The criminal part, well, that's verifiable. He did go to jail. He did commit a crime, and he bargained for it, and he actually went to jail for it. So the criminal is not inaccurate. That's an objective statement.
But again, that's like pointing out a crime someone didn't commit as the reason they went to jail instead of the one they did. And I think that's the problem. Is I'm telling you, this is not a case where people are correctly assigning criminal responsibility by talking about the card. And you have to agree. Surely you've heard this, that people have said that they believe the card is a piece of why he got in trouble. You have heard this, right? People who misinterpret or misunderstand. I mean, that's widely. You can look through a history that's been widely.
It is also in the indictment. It is part of the documentation.
It's mentioned, but it's not as a criminal act.
Yeah, it's brought as part of the idea of incorrectly using these things in order to advertise. That's part of the indictment.
And I think the challenge here is, as a closet lawyer, which I'm not a lawyer, but I'm a closet IP lawyer. If I'm painting the picture on things, I'm very good at painting the picture of why someone is a bad actor before I even get to the bad act that I'm ready to target them for. And I'm very good at showing a pattern of behavior that sets up the bad act. That's every criminal case or every prosecution ever tries to establish a series of what they call bad acts.
Yeah.
But
a good defender is going to establish the other side of the coin.
But I would argue shame on them for saying the Wagner's a bad act when we don't even know in the hobby, and we're experts. We don't freaking know if it was a bad act. We really don't know, because we weren't there in that time and place. And we're going to talk to people who did. You've now given me a huge mission as a hobby historian. I actually care, so I'm going to do that. But I think for sure we are miscategorizing what is absolutely wrong in our judgment of him as a hobby participant. Absolutely, shill bidding is wrong. It harms consumers, but it happens today. Just so you know, shill bidding is legal in some states. If you bid in an auction in the state of Arizona in the United States, you understand you can be shill bid, and it's perfectly legal. They can make up bids to get you up to your number. So just know that when an auction house moves from one part of the country to Arizona, there's a reason why they might be doing that. But again, this goes just like Reggie Bush. It's not legal to take money when you're in college, but then it is. Shill bidding is never okay, in my opinion, just as a defense. I'm never going to defend anyone who does shill bidding. And I'll tell Bill Mastro, shame on you for it. And if he doesn't do a second interview with me, I'll do a piece by myself and say, Bill didn't want to talk to me about it, but I'm going to tell you. I'm quick to be the first guy to say, hey, let's really assess what happened the first time, but this isn't okay. I'm never going to be okay with shill bidding. It harms consumers. There's no rationale for why it's okay. You have to be a freaking idiot to think there's any redeeming element to that you can defend. You can't defend it. And honestly, I'd ask myself, if someone's willing to shill bid, what else are they willing to do?
So that's exactly.
I'm even willing to go a step further, but we're talking about 10 years after this thing's cut when these other things become issues. So
okay, let me ask you a question then. So let me ask your opinion. I want your opinion on this. And then we'll shift over to two other things that I know you want to talk about. So let me ask your opinion though. So given that you just gave an impassioned stance on why shill bidding is wrong and it's unacceptable and it harms people and does all these things, do you feel that what he actually served as far as a sentence, I don't care what he thinks he got out of it, because I did get a sense of that, because when Probstein spoke to him, and I'll include a link in that in the description for folks, you can go watch that. They did talk about that. So he did get a chance to at least speak a little bit of it, of his opinion of what happened with his incarceration and what he felt he got out of it and how he felt he came out of that. So we did get a little bit of that information in that discussion. I do recommend, if you haven't seen it, I do recommend it for you, Brian, as well. It may also may corroborate what you've already discussed.
I'm a hobby historian. I love anything that paints a picture for me.
Yeah, so I think that'll be part of the equation. I think it's fair for people to check that out. But the point is, so do you think that what he actually ended up serving was sufficient? What if it's harming these people this much? In relative, it's not like he spent years and years and years in prison. Was that sufficient? This is harming people. You just said so.
That's another. If we want to get into the indictment of a legal system, that's a whole. We can start our own podcast. It's gonna be like 5,000 episodes on the problem of the American legal system.
Listen, if there's enough sponsors, I'm for it. If there's enough sponsors, I'm in.
I hear you. I'm with you. I don't need any sponsors. But I mean, Plaxico Burress shoots himself in the leg and goes to prison, but other players shoot other people and don't go to prison. Are you out of your flipping mind?
All right, but your question. Hold on. No Plexico Burress. No Plexico Burress. No Plexico Burress. I asked you a question. I want to know what you think.
My point is, I think prison, and you can extend this to death penalty or any other punishment or rehabilitation, whatever your purpose is. I think first we have to decide if we're trying to punish or rehabilitate. If the goal was rehabilitation, we succeeded with what we did. If the goal was punishment, yes, because he's a different guy today.
Okay.
This man spends about half the year in the Holy Land. I know people, including myself, who get cards in the mail. I don't do one bit of business with this guy. I've never given him one penny of business. Never. I bought from the auction house, but since I've known him, I've never bought one thing from him. Never sold him one thing. I've paid for dinner as many times as he has, so there's no consideration. Okay. The fact is, this guy sends me cards in the mail twice a year when he's in the Holy Land. I guess when it's my turn, and he says, hey, I just want you to know I prayed for you while I was here because you're the kind of person that I hope more people are like. Whatever. I want you to keep being the guy you are, and I just want you to know that you're loved, and I prayed for you today or whatever. And it's like, again, it's not showmanship because he has nothing to gain. He's not in the business. He doesn't need you. He doesn't need any of these people in chat. He doesn't need anybody. He's not in the business anymore. He's just a guy. The people who don't like him, the people who do. Nothing's probably going to change. I can try to present an honest and fair look at reality. Most people are going to be closed-minded. It's just the truth. He's not making one penny from the hobby today. Not one penny. On the contrary, he buys things for his collection occasionally. So he probably puts more money. He's putting more money in the business than he's taking out. That's for sure.
Okay. So for you, that's kind
of. He doesn't live in Arizona for Fit 540. He doesn't live in Arizona now.
Okay. So let me then follow up with that. So, okay, fine. So that's your perspective on where it stands on that. You said you didn't, you're making up this trading card Hall of Fame, I think you said. So I want to touch on that here. And you said he's not a first ballot guy for you because of the shill bidding. And obviously you explained that you
I'm
have
not
the
even
issue
sure
with
he's
that.
a second, third, or fourth ballot guy.
Sure.
I don't know.
So what's his legacy in the hobby then for you? I want Brian Gray's version. What
I think
then did he bring to the table that was worthy?
I think prior to 1990, he's one of the 10 most important people in the history of the hobby. Because
so?
not only was he influential in the vintage card market and in the cataloging of cards at the New York Public Library or Sotheby's or wherever, he also changed how auction houses work. He was one of the first auction houses to really write the descriptions that they write in the catalogs today, photographing every lot. In the old days, most auction catalogs just wrote like 100 different 1968 cards. They just tell you nothing. You're like on your own. They actually, like, he had, again, you could be a great innovator. People, it's funny. I do catch the chat occasionally, and it's people say that it's like I try to justify bad behavior by saying, but this is worse. If you cannot,
well, you did do that. You did actually do that in your discussion with him. You said this is not the most egregious.
I mentioned it because we act like this is the be all end all, and we're not close. Like there's a spectrum of behavior by which we judge people, and we take what happened here, which especially on the card, the shield bidding, absolutely, hang the guy up if you want for that. The card, that's the wrong hill to die on.
Okay,
because it's a very vague situation. There's nothing clean about it, nothing clear or clean about how to interpret or understand or whatever, because it was a different time. The shield bidding, absolutely. I think when I read people that say things like that, I'm not trying to justify the bad behavior. The shield bidding, I will admonish the bad behavior. The cutting of the card, I will ask questions that should be asked instead of lynching or letting him go free without asking the questions. Why did PSA think it was okay? Hell of a question. It really is. Why did you slab that card? Why? Why did you slab that card? Did they know and not care? Did they know when it wasn't wrong? Or were they not smart enough to know? Or
I vote for number 3. I vote for number 3.
Variation of those answers. I don't know. But it's one of these answers or some variation on them. But the reality is, to say Pete Rose was not a great baseball player is the stupidest effing thing I've ever heard. You're an idiot. If you're in the chat or listening to this or on Twitter or anywhere else and you say Pete Rose wasn't a hell of a baseball player and didn't play his ass off, Pete once told me he would walk through fire in a gasoline suit to play that game. And that's 100% what I think he was. And I think, honestly, Mastro's contributions to the industry prior to bad behavior, which the shield bidding is absolutely not good behavior, they are walking through fire in a gasoline suit in the hobby. They are.
Okay.
They're trendsetters. And I'll tell you, today, I hope people look back at me and say, in his own way, Brian took some steps in the hobby that were a little bit uncharted, trying to turn unlicensed into mainstream. And hopefully they'll give me credit for that someday. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll say this guy's just a loon. Probably, but if they do, great. I check the scoreboard. I'm fine. But I hope people see that contribution someday. But I see the contribution Mastro made in the industry, changed the face of how auction houses work forever. Again, shield bidding aside, that's not okay. But you can't ignore Pete Rose on the field because of the gambling.
So I'm glad you brought that up. So I'll use your Pete Rose analogy. I'll use your analogy. So you mentioned also at the tail end when you were talking about the Hall of Fame thing, you mentioned the Pete Rose thing. It's like we can't just focus on, when you said you can't just focus on MasterNet and what happened with the auction house as part of it, or just the Wagner and all that. But the thing is, we can't ignore it either. We can't say, hey, if I say I'm ignoring it like that, then I'm saying, okay, well, I'll ignore the gambling Pete, but I'm also going to ignore the hits record. I can't do both. I need both these things.
Is, in our process of judging, you have to acknowledge the guy as a player in the process of judging him. Now, you can say the bad act outweighs the positive elements, which is why he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer to me. And I'll tell him, I wish I could vote for him, but I can't. I can't vote for the guy. I don't know if he'll make the ballot, because I don't know if enough people will put him on the ballot. I think a lot of people will put him on the ballot because he was important, but I don't think they'll vote for him, just like the steroid guys or Pete. They're not going to vote for him. I can't vote for him for that reason. But if I don't acknowledge the positive things he did in the industry and the profound impact he had on the hobby as we know it today, that's just being stupid or ignorant or not wanting to hear it. You just don't want to know the truth. That's okay. Some people go through their whole life not knowing, and that's okay. Live in your own world and do your own thing and only care about the things you care about. Half our country is that way on either side of the equation. All they care about is the things they believe, and they don't care about anybody else or anything else on the other side. The other side is a bunch of cuckoos, and they're right. You're in a much better situation. Your country, at least, are kind of on the same page. Here, we are so screwed up. Tomorrow, we're going to find out. It's going to be a mess. Probably shouldn't even leave the house tomorrow. It's going to be such mayhem because people are going to be stupid. Everyone.
I think you can just talk to Beckett, and that'll
Yeah. Maybe Beckett can tell me how we're supposed to handle political divide in the U.S. But no, that's the only reason I did this whole exercise. I wanted people to hear from this guy, and I wanted the first hour to mean something. I really did. That's why I let it go on for an hour instead of pushing straight to the meat. Because I wanted people to understand that stuff happened before the card and then subsequently before what comes next, which is the shill bidding. And they happen chronologically, which, going back to your previous question, it's part of the story. You don't always tell the end. You can tell the end before the beginning. That is one effective way of shocking the audience, is to start with the end and then go back to the beginning. But I feel like here it's important to really get to know the guy and understand him. And then you can say boo-hoo-hoo.
Well, I think so. Let me touch on two things real quick. So number one, I get your point with that. The only problem is that as a result, to your point, you might only get one bite at the apple. And as a result of that, because we had the build up towards it, then we had the Wagner, we had the thought process and everything, but we're left incomplete. We don't get the full totality.
You won't be incomplete because, again, if Bill doesn't want to talk about the next issue, I'll follow it up. And because I'm not scared, I'm not a puss. I'll tell you how it is. I will tell you how it is. And if he says, hey, I don't want to talk anymore, I'll do a video and says, listen, Bill wouldn't talk, but I want to make something very clear. This is not okay. Shill bidding is not okay, and it's happening today in 10 auction houses. It's not okay. Shame, shame, shame. It's not okay. And then, you know what? The same way he made some very positive impacts on the industry, clearly what he did in the shill bidding space has had a negative impact today, because it's happening on a more widespread basis and actually legal in a couple of states. So shame on him for that part of it. I'll give him total admonishment for that. That's not okay. And if he doesn't want to talk about it, I'll give a commentary on it. I don't really care. Because again, someone in the chat said, well, if you sold your company for so much money, who cares? You're right. I don't have to care. I just love this freaking hobby. And it does matter to me. It's been my whole life. The same way Jefferson Burdick's been his whole life making a checklist, and the day he stopped, he died. That's kind of where I'm at. I'm going to be in this hobby till I'm gone because I love it.
All right.
Not because I have to be. I don't need the money anymore. I don't need the money. Do whatever I want in the world. I love this stupid hobby. It's been the best thing that ever happened to me. And at times, the worst thing that ever happened to me. Because I get to see the worst of people. In this hobby, I do see the worst of people all the time. And I think, hopefully, Bill's a redemption story someday. Unfortunately, most won't see it. Because, and again, I don't even blame them. The shill bidding stuff's hard to get past. It is, isn't it? That's kind of hard to get past.
Brian, that's kind of, so real quick. I want to grab a couple of quick, short questions for you, and then I'll open it to you if you want to finish off with anything particular.
Yeah, great.
But here's what I want to ask you. So for me, I'll speak only for myself, and I know the chat has obviously got a very strong opinion, and I'm good with it because I want to let them have their piece. I'm sorry, guys, I wasn't able to share as many comments as usual. Brian's been reading them. Like, you can see his eyes diverting. Like, it's there.
Yeah, I care.
And I'm reading them as well.
I'm learning. By the way, when you people share your opinions, even if I don't agree, it really helps you have perspective how people are analyzing a situation. And, again, I'm not going to judge people for thinking what they think. They can think what they think. I just hope they'll look at the whole picture and say, good, bad, ugly, jury out, whatever it is, and look at each of the pieces independently. And then your overriding opinion can be scumbag if you want it to be, or it can be great guy. It can be whatever you want it to be.
So that's why I wanted to make sure we covered that, because for me, I said, I want to make sure, because again, you've been very strong on your opinion about folks that you feel are leaving the incomplete. I'm someone who I feel very comfortable because I've been around long enough that I feel what you added into is great and all. It did not change my opinion.
Okay,
but I'm willing to listen and talking to you. Fair. I'm glad to talk to you. Did not change my opinion.
Okay, perfect. And I think the next time I talk to Bill, assuming he talks to me again, if he has a mea culpa on the shill bidding, it'll be interesting to see how people respond to that. Because if they're in a position of beyond forgiveness.
Well, he did 3 years ago. He kind of did 3 years ago. He actually did do that 3 years ago, where he said, like, I shouldn't have done that. I didn't need to.
We're not going in. No, I'm not going to leave it at I shouldn't have done that.
I agreed with that.
Because that's bullshit. I'm just saying. That's bullshit. We're not going to do that. If we're going to do that, I'm not in.
Yeah.
We're not going to say, "Oh, yeah, sorry, I did it." Right? That's not going to work.
That's why I'm going to recommend to
Guess
you. I
what?
will send you the link to
Same
it. I
way,
recommend watching it
same way you
because it is worth
described
it.
how you cut that card with such precision with him on the line. I want to know what happened when the shill binning happened.
Yes.
How did it work? Who told who what? And that may be too much. And he may say no to that. And if he does, for me, that part of the story won't be closed. And it's never going to be a full mea culpa if you're not willing to just be real. Because in my life, when I've screwed up, and I made at Leaf, there were times where I thought something was a good idea and it wasn't. And I said, you know what? I screwed up, man. Or our quality was poor on this. Or our execution sucked. Or we overprinted this. Or we mispriced this. But people will tell you, I'm the first one. I will take it on the chin. When I suck, I'll tell you I suck. But when I kick ass and you don't give me credit, I'm going to tell you to go GFY, like that guy told me earlier. Because I'm happy to say when I win, I win. But when I lose, I suck. And I've got to learn from that and pivot and do what I got to do. So hopefully Bill will give me that option to have that conversation with him. Because I think, man, how great would that be to really see the inner workings of that? Because it's a cautionary tale. Because when you bid an auction today, man, is that still going on in the back room some places? Are you bidding against air some places? I know multiple auction houses, when I bid, I know I'm bidding against air. So I changed the way I bid because I'm not going to give them a free pass to abuse me. I can name 5 auction houses that I'm bidding against air. They know my max bid if I put it in, and I end up paying my max bid because they can do it legally. Never happened to me again because I know how to do it. I stick them with stuff all the time. There's times where I would pay more and I just don't make that next bid because I don't want it to sell. I want it to be in the next month's auction again so people can see that it didn't sell, that it was bullshit. So with that being said, listen, I will say this. I think I appreciate the fact that we got to have a good discussion. I think, again, I didn't persuade you to change your position on it. Guess what? I don't expect to change anyone's position on anything. The reality is, all I can do is say, as someone who was in the hobby back then, not as big as these guys, and is in the hobby today, still in a meaningful way, even though I've sold my company, I'm still pretty active in the hobby, in the business of the hobby too.
So real quick, I'll put this in there. Do you want to quickly answer that one?
Yeah,
Do you have
sure.
anything going on with the memorabilia company?
No, and I like how they put brain. It's a Freudian slip. They meant Brian,
Yeah,
but
I figured you'd enjoy that.
they were
I
thinking
figured you'd
brain.
enjoy
I don't blame. I don't
figured
blame you. Good go. Hey, that's a free gift. Please give me their address. I'll get you a free gift. No,
There you go.
no, I don't need to bribe. No, and I won't be in the memorabilia business. My next thing, and again, I wouldn't call it a gig. I'm never going to work for anyone ever again. I can tell you that now. I will never work for anyone else. I will be partnering with someone, and it will be much bigger than anything I ever did at Leaf. You know, it'll be much bigger than anything I ever did at Leaf. You can put the dots together and figure out what that means or what it looks like. It's huge. And there's just moving pieces. Otherwise, it would have already been announced. But for me to come out of retirement with all the money I need, and again, not that I'm Elon Musk, but I got enough. It would have to blow me away what I have potential to do. And while the money could be staggering, the opportunity is the greatest opportunity in my life. I will have a chance to profoundly impact the hobby so that you will someday say, you know what? You may not put Bill in the Hall of Fame, but you're going to have to put me in someday because I'm going to make a contribution that's exceptional. And I think I've helped to change how people look at unlicensed. I think you have to. And unfortunately, this may be I may be like Alfred Nobel. I also created the modern repack, which that could be one of my negatives because repacks, people are very divided about if repacks are good for the hobby or not. I did create the modern repack, so you can beat me up.
I would probably agree with that. Yeah.
And you can beat me up for that, but honestly, it has created the liquidity that's kept the hobby going the last few years. But especially now that the hype's over and now we're counting on liquidity, I think repacks are giving that. But I think I've made enough contributions. Hopefully, you'll put me in the Hall of Fame someday. I haven't cut any cards from sheets ever in my life. I've never altered a card. The farthest extent I've had is an 86 Fleer sticker. I took pantyhose to wipe the wax off the back, but PSA will tell you that's perfectly legal. Now that we have all these rules and we're official, you can take pantyhose to do it. You just can't do it and put anything on the pantyhose.
So it's still a no on the Kurtz Card Gear collab, you're saying? Still no.
I will never, ever support that. You don't soak cards and stuff. When you soak a card, to me, you're getting the card wet and you're changing the fundamentals of the card. I'm not even sure. I don't believe you should even spray a foreign substance on it. I can maybe get around saliva, maybe, but I haven't put that much thought into it. I probably need to think more about that theoretically to see if saliva is okay or not. Carlos, don't bite your lip. If you have something going there, if you want to ask me a really tough question or something, fire away. I don't care. I mean,
Well, here's the thing. I know Brian's a good guy from the early days of the channel. I've actually gotten a chance. Like I said, I'm not dissuaded. I haven't changed my mind, and I feel like we've had the back and forth. I know the chat would probably like me to yell at you more, but
I
that's
think you
just the way
should.
they would prefer.
If you got some yelling to do, do it. I mean, I'm not
The
opposed.
thing is, I don't. Like if I'm being consistent with my route, I said at the beginning, I don't care that Master cut the card. My concern is what happened afterwards, and I've reiterated that multiple times. That's the only part I care about. You want to cut the damn thing, cut the damn thing. It's all the stuff that came after. I don't necessarily agree with you that it was acceptable. I think most people just didn't know, and the ones that did know, just putting in the current hobby context, there's a lot of things going on today that somebody could argue 10 years down the road or 20 years down the road, oh, it was acceptable. No, just most people didn't know. And they couldn't detect it.
Well,
They didn't know. They couldn't care.
most people did not know how they trim cards, and they still measure.
Yeah.
Why PSA and Beckett have been fooled forever, and SGC have been fooled forever. They now know. But I had to bring it to one of the grading company's attention how they did it, because I had someone who quietly informed me because they got out of the business and they had seen it done. And they told me, they said they're flattening the cards, they're pressing the cards out, making them too big and cutting them down. He says, take a caliper and measure the thickness, and it's the tell of the tape. When you're not sure, measure the thickness. And you know what? The thickness varies way less than the tolerance on the cut. The tolerance on the cut is greater than the tolerance in the thickness of the paper. Amazing.
But that's basically what happened. So what you're talking about though is that a lot of times with the grading companies, the only person that's really going to know how to do it is the person who it's like a white hat hacker. How are you going to know how the system was broken until you get somebody who actually broke it successfully and then tells you what they did basically?
And amazingly, and I think you'll agree with me, Carlos, this is one thing we're going to agree on. You saw this Jackie Robinson, the guy put a video up showing how he altered a Jackie Robinson rookie and took it from a 1.5 to a 3. He put the video up and his card got delisted. Thank God we have morons like this who shame on him for being an alterer who's trying to deceive people. And I will say that's alteration, that if it's a problem, I'm not okay with it, obviously, because that's alteration, clearly. And then he goes on to brag about how he manipulated the grading company. Thank God for that, because, again, that's how grading card companies have learned over the years. Some of the tricks of the trade is idiots.
Yeah, but it's a cell phone. So that's a situation where it made their job easy. They weren't able to catch it the first time, but now you told them you did it. So now the definitive proof is out there. There's no
question. How many
question.
times that's happened recently where guys have just really, I mean, it's amazing. Thank God. But also that places like Blowout Cards, you had people on there that went and looked and found individual dots in people, you know, that they can identify the card before it's altered and after. I will say, someone just mentioned Mr. Minty. I actually talked to him in Dallas.
He's made the rounds. He's around.
And I saw him in Dallas, and he said he's actually changed his business model. He now has moved away from liquids and alteration elements into grading kits. So now if you go to his website, all he sells is like centering measuring devices, the cloths to wipe them down, the magnifying glass. Like he sells kits now that show how to prepare your card for grading, not alter the card or assist it with foreign substances. And I told him, I said, that's probably very smart, because, again, I think the rules are changing constantly. And, again, I don't know if we should have ever put goo on a card. Like, I think submerging it's definitely not okay. But, like, should we have been able to spray Windex on it to wipe off a chrome card? I don't know. I could feel better about spit because it's human at least. And it's, you know, but I don't know if that's even okay. I don't know. But I definitely don't think submerging a card is. So I'm glad to see Mr. Minty took a step that way. Kurt's Card Care actually had a real opportunity to say, you know what, mea culpa, maybe that wasn't the right angle. And maybe the way to do this is to help people make their cards look the best they can look within the rules. And use his notoriety to help people, because there are people who still don't wipe down chrome cards. They're idiots. They're idiots, they just don't know. They get a chrome card out of a pack and they send it in. But they already fingered that thing. There's fingerprints all over it. Yep. Simple wipe down is not hard, and it's not alteration to wipe it off with a cloth. So, like, I think these guys, it was nice to see Mr. Minty took a good step the right direction, but, you know, hopefully you'll see more people do that, and we get rid of the Kurt's Card Care. We don't need to submerge cards and shit. But again, I appreciate the fairly balanced discussion on the topic. I will say, and I'll go back to this, this was never me helping a buddy out. That's the one thing that we didn't really get too much into that part, but that's the one thing I did not like about your video.
So we can touch on it real quick, Brian. We can touch on it quick. So
not in evidence.
Let me give you the why. The why is the speed and frequency at which you added the additional color but you didn't even give Bill the chance to formulate the thought. But then you're jumping in, giving the color. It's like, well, let Bill say it. Bill was probably going to have it, and then you can add to it. But you were already there. That's why I had fun poking at the defense
No,
counsel.
and I would say this. I would say this. First off, it's very hard because first off, I'm excited because I'm a card geek.
I noticed your excitement. It's a
Well,
thing.
I've had private conversations with Bill about these topics to really understand what's going on. He was very transparent with me. If I was not sold that he was a good guy, I'd have been out. Because I got plenty of scumbags in the business I can go talk to if I want to talk to a scumbag. They're easy to hit. Just throw a rock, you'll hit 6 or more. So, like, it's easy to find some scumbag to talk to. So, obviously, I find Bill to be a reformed or an improved version of himself. But with that being said, I think I intentionally went in not to defend him, but to be. Sometimes you have to, in presenting a balanced platform for a person to whom 98% of listeners are pre-biased that they're terrible and worthless. Sometimes you have to, not a case of affirmative action, but sometimes you have to set a stage that allows for more balanced discussion. And the fact is, no one else was going to interview this guy or talk to this guy except maybe Rick. I mean, there's really 2 or 3 people that would have talked to him this kind of way where he'd give the details and not be judgy or just let people decide what they think.
Mm-hmm.
And I really tried to be somewhat balanced, like, because I was there. I know how people thought back then. I wasn't quite as savvy as he was back then, obviously, but like that just never was a thing.
So my question, so then 2 questions I'm going to have for you. So one is a philosophical question I'll get to in a second, but one relating to your interview with him. Do you feel like you achieved balance, or do you feel like you went a little far in one direction or another? Because again, I gave you the reason why I perceived it that way. Can you see how that could have come off that way?
Yeah, for sure. But again, I think part of it is, I think, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think people should be able to relate to me because I'm the only CEO of a card company, owner of a card company that ever collected before I sold Leaf. I was the only owner of a card company that actually collected cards. So, like, I'm every guy. I'm a card nerd. I still open boxes. I collect. Like, I'm a card geek since I was a kid. So, like, I'm like everybody else. And if you've been around, people who've been in this business more than 5 minutes, who've been in the industry, they know that I am like a Joe every guy. I really am. To a fault, really. But I think that's the challenge. I think in this case especially, I assume that people know that I'm just like them. And I want them, I guess I try to help people process because most people are coming with a preconceived notion or bias. I think I tried to help lead them to the alternative theory that may be blank, which was what I said when I added color. And I think that's the challenge is color can sound like an endorsement or a protection when I really should have phrased it more as a suggestion. And I think that's what I could have done different. I think I could have said, you know what, maybe we all should be asking ourselves blank instead of saying it in a manner that was playing the other side of it for the purpose of making people pose their thoughts without asking them to pose their thoughts. And I think I could have done that differently. And if I could do it over, I would. And honestly, my next interview is someone fascinating in the hobby, and I'm going to let them talk more. Because I think in Bill's case, I just knew we were going to talk for 5 hours. The last time I talked to him was for 5-6 hours prior to this. At the National, I talked for 5 hours. We were never going to get this interview, and no one ever got to the good part because 5 hours is unpalatable. 2 hours is unpalatable. It really is too long. 1 hour is perfect. And there was no way we were getting there. It would have been like a 7-part series. No one even got to part 3 by the time we got there. I know Bill. He would have talked forever about the good old days because he was one of us. He really was. He may not be now, but he was, or in the middle, he may not have been one of us, but he was one of us.
Okay. So follow-up question on that. So let's talk about this piece, and then I'll open it up if you want to go in a couple directions. So one question, because, and this goes back, I mentioned to you that I was a history major originally. And one of the things that is one of the primary sources is oral history. So basically what you did in your conversation with him, that's you trying to document oral history. It's you interviewing the subject or conversing with the subject and getting the information. The thing about oral histories is they're notoriously unreliable. It's like witness testimony. It can be part of the equation, but you don't want to rely on it 100% because you're only getting one angle on the thing. Now, he can only speak to what he did. He'd be the only one, and especially if he's in the room by himself, he can't speak to anything else. But I don't remember if Rob Livson is still around. But it's one of those things where he'd be the other side of that equation because he was there during the conclusion of that transaction in the car and the rest of it. Would he and some of the folks that were related to things that happened with Mastro after be worthwhile interviews? So I'm just kind of playing to one of Stu's comments here. With some of these other folks, give the color from contemporaries who were there at the time and give their perspective on the exact same incidents.
Yeah, I think, listen, if Rob could talk in an unbiased and honest and truthful way, I think that'd be a great interview. I do know him and Mastro are not friendly at this stage.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if I don't know Rob well, honestly. So I don't know if he would be honest or if he would give revisionist history based on the fact he doesn't like him now. Or if he would describe the situation and say, oh my God, I couldn't believe this MFer was cutting the card while I was on the phone. I was so nervous. Like, I don't
But
know.
that's the only problem. That's the problem with oral history, Brian. The other people may have a biased opinion, yes. But then the person who's the subject, if I'm talking about myself and I'm giving you my story, I may color it in the nicest light. I may add something. Maybe that wasn't what I was thinking at the time. But I'm going to tell you that because, hey, I know that's what it's not even what you want to hear, but I know that it will sound better if I position it in this way. If I tell you that I was thinking that, that's the problem with oral histories and oral testimony is that then whatever my biases are towards me, I'm going to put myself generally in more of a favorable light than an unfavorable light. I'm not going to say maybe I did have the purest thoughts, but I'm not going to tell you that. I'm going to leave that piece out.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, we have a problem. Again, the reliance on oral history. The problem is the biggest religious faith in the world is based on oral history. We've had books that are written not contemporary to the times that people have built their entire life vision around. So I think we have to give oral history a little more emphasis on its importance and the public's ability to put their arms around it and take that as the gospel, pun intended. I mean, again, the history of the Christianity is basically oral history. We don't have the scientific and we don't have all the things we need to conclusively prove anything. That's why they call it faith. But I think in this particular case, Mastro told you what he thought. I am going to do some follow-ups with people about not just Mastro, but I want to talk about some of the other things that we see as wrong today. I think that's a topic I want to address with Dr. Beckett and other people's topics that we call taboo today. And were they really taboo always? Or are they only a recent creation? Mm-hmm. Like, how was the world when you bought cards that were high grade before? Did people ever ask these questions? Did people cut cards off sheets? Did people care? Did you ever see uncut sheets even hardly? Was that a common thing? Just go to shows and people had stacks of uncut sheets? And like, what was the world like then? I think we can learn a lot from that. But I think I would like to talk to Lipson just because I want to know what it's like on the other end of the phone, if that's how it happened and what he says. And again, if he refutes it, he refutes it. I'd definitely give him a platform for talking, for sure. I don't know him, but
I think it'd be the fairest thing to do just to get the other side of that story. The other
sure,
side.
Sure. And again, I wish Copeland was alive because that'd be a great discussion. McNally, is McNally even alive or is he dead now?
I know McNally was in jail. He might have died. I don't remember.
He might have died. But again, I think it'd be so fascinating to talk to a few people in the food chain of the story and ask them, did you know? I mean, Gretzky will never talk to me, obviously, but did you know? Did you care? Does anyone care? I don't think Ken cares, the owner of the Diamondbacks. I don't think Ken Kendricks cares. He doesn't care.
Well, at this point, everybody knows, so it's not like it's hidden from him. He can have 50 people tell him.
I don't think he cares. If he did care, he'd sell the card for $50 million.
Yeah. At this point, it's part of the story. At this point, for that card, it's part of the story now.
Part of the story. And I think that sometimes the story is really important.
All right, sounds fair. Let me ask you one or two quick questions.
Maybe you don't want the paper cutter. Sometimes the story is bigger than the item itself.
Well, you can post on your social medias if you ever get the paper cutter, because that'll be a big
one. Honestly, initially when I talked to him and I decided it was too much, I wanted him to take a sheet of paper with Wagner printed on it and show us how he cut it with the actual paper cutter. And then I realized that might be just a little too far initially, that it might be better to really just keep it more. It's like, if the glove don't fit, you must acquit. Or so I felt like that might be too much. But but yeah, so trust me. I intend to have tough conversations with people. And again, did I throw Mastro some softballs? You know what? Honestly, for the guy to tell the story, I thought was important. If there's another bite at the apple, which I hope there is, there will be less softballs because I think it's not defensible, the next part. It's just not defensible. His current position is defensible on the card. You don't have to agree with it, but it is defensible. The show bidding is not defensible. There's no defense to it. He's never going to commit. I'll be like you on this topic. I'm not wavering. You can be as persuasive as you want. I don't really care. I fundamentally believe it's wrong to show bid. It's never going to be okay, whether it's in Arizona today or here and now. I'm never doing it. I'm never going to believe it's okay. It's wrong. So, but I'd love to understand the level of his contrition, how it actually happened, what was the strategy, and how was it organized? Did he learn anything in jail? How was jail? Because I think it's important for people to hear when you screw up, jail ain't a cakewalk. I don't care where you go, even if it's club fed, it ain't a cakewalk. Losing your freedom is not fun, especially for a guy I don't think Bill Mastro was born to be in prison. I don't think that was his cultural makeup was prison ready. He probably had to go to prison school like whatever that movie was with Will Ferrell and Kevin Hart or whatever, where he gets ready for prison. I'm sure it's something like that.
Sure.
But who knows? But I think, again, someone mentioned a comment like interview Wayne Bray, who was part of the Operation Bullpen. This is the retailer who sold. I'd love to interview Greg Moreno. That's one I want to do, the forger who did all the Operation Bullpen stuff. I mean, like, that's one of the interviews on my dream list that I'm chasing down. I'm trying.
So that could be your little niche. That could be your subgenre.
I just think people who are fast, and again, most people won't care because they'll say, the hobby, no one cares about that. That was so long ago. But it's like everyone loves.
Well, I think it goes to Dufex's comment, though. Let me read the comment here. Says, bottom line, the hobby has enough fraud and bad actors. And I'm going to ask you a follow-up question to this. There doesn't need to be anything from you, Mr. Brian Gray, that contributes to that segment. Use your platform to improve the hobby going forward, which is where giving the cautionary tales, I think, offers the balance to the other side of the equation. Now, let me ask you a question, though. I oscillate on this. So let me get your take on this. I think, number one, I don't think at this stage in the game, that's why I think it's kind of overplayed when Master himself talks about it, is like no one is sitting at the entrance of the National with sticks ready to beat him if he has the audacity to come within 50 yards of the front door. I don't think enough people at this stage care. Realistically, some people might give him some dirty looks. They might say some mean things to him, but realistically, that's about the edge of it. And you already talked about it. There's a bunch of folks that are hobby goats today that did a lot of questionable things or have some interesting backgrounds, some skeletons in the closet. I think we're pretty forgiving at this stage in the game. Maybe too forgiving, I think
we're pretty forgiving. We've let a lot of people reinvent themselves in this hobby. There's no doubt about it. We've let a lot of people reinvent themselves. So I think we're pretty forgiving. He does have some people that are negative Nellies and that talk bad about him. And guess what? They talk bad about me, and I didn't do anything like that. They just talk bad about you because it's fun. It's fun to bash people. I mean, that's the whole business, right? People love bashing people.
Yeah. I think also talking about shill bidding, so he might have earned some of it, I think, as well.
Yeah, he probably did. The shill bidding, 100%. You ream him for that. Shame on him. That's not good. There's no world under which you're going to convince me it's okay. But I think how he came out of that and who he became, I think that's a part of the story as important as his hobby history. I think he came out of it a different person. I can tell you, I did not know him in that era. I know him now.
Okay.
And I think whether it was prison or he had a come to Jesus moment outside of prison, I don't know. But whatever it was, it turned him into a fine guy today. I don't know how he got here, but that's part of what's interesting for me is I'd like to hear. I'd like to hear how he got here. What was it? Was it prison that scared him straight and made him a different guy? Or was it getting out of the industry for a while? Because he was out of the industry for a while. In that hiatus, did he just really reassess what's important in life? Because I lose sight of that too. When I'm in the hobby, I lose sight of that. No question. I lose sight of that completely. I will say for Dufex, he'll be very happy. If you're a fan of Dufex, like the trading cards, I had a talk this weekend. I think I'm very close to getting an interview with Jerry Meyer in great detail, who was the old Pinnacle owner, and really getting into things because he was a pioneer that gets no or very little credit for what he did in the industry. And again, you have to be a card geek to want to watch that. But if you're a card geek, like, again, that's what I want to do. I just want to talk to people in the hobby who are geeks like me and had contributions that may or may not have gotten acknowledged. And, Mastro's part of that process. And again, it's, I'm not defending my friend. At the end of the day, I'm not defending my friend. I'm merely posing a question. Are people redeemable in the hobby, or is there an unforgivable sin? If there's an unforgivable sin and it's shill bidding, so be it.
Okay.
If it's an unforgivable sin and it's cutting the Wagner, shame on you, because I'm not so sure that we're being fair and really giving. And I think I'm going to hope to bring some more light to that. We're not being fair in looking at the time and the place it happened. So I just want to make sure people are sending him out to the desert for the right reason. That's fair.
Okay.
Dufex does like Dufex, which I love. But that's with Dufex, that'll be an interview you'll want to hear because, again, I think Jerry Meyer, he was just too early. He was just too early. And I mean, honestly, at Leaf, I was too early because you look now, Topps makes unlicensed stuff with Mercury and with Chrome Basketball and these things, and the market buys it like it's just fine. So obviously 13 years ago, starting to do unlicensed in a more high-end, meaningful way, I was a little too early. Doing NIL, I was the first company to do NIL. In the beginning, no one wanted it. Now they kind of want it, so it's, it is what it is, But yeah, so listen, I appreciate the conversation. I hope you'll continue to take my interviews, not just Bill's, and analyze the nuances of my interviewing skills because I am trying to improve them. But I'm not a professional interviewer. I'm the CEO of a card company, sold my business. I'm an entrepreneur, but I'm a card geek. And I have all the flaws of a card geek. I'm not going to be your professional interviewer. I'm going to be a conversator, and sometimes I'm going to talk too much, which is a negative. I'm going to continue to learn from that. But I won't be a defender, and I'm not defending Bill. And I'll say it again here. I'm not defending him. I'm merely posing the question, can we look at what he did, when he did it, why he did it, and what he did exactly, and let the time have some say in what happened. Was it right? Was it wrong? Or should it have ever been wrong or right? Because I'm not so sure some of the things we make the rules today, I'm not so sure some of those rules aren't arbitrary things we just made up.
I think most of the rules we make up in the hobby are arbitrary, and that's always been the case. You started in that conversation, you started off with the Jefferson Burdick thing and making the Honus Wagner anointing it the card. That was arbitrary because without the explanation of being offered, it's just the most expensive card.
And I think sometimes people tell us things in this hobby, and they tell us things and they expect us to accept that as truth, fact, and the gospel. And most of the time, people like lemmings do exactly that. And I think what I've always tried to encourage people to do is think for themselves. If you like an unlicensed card, do not let people who don't like unlicensed deter you. If you hate unlicensed because you think they look like pajamas, do not buy them. But don't tell me unlicensed cards are worthless and then you buy 1981 Joe Montana or 1976 Walter Payton rookies because those are unlicensed. They're unlicensed. They just are. So
That's fair.
So that's fair. It's what it is. So just know what you're saying. When you say unlicensed is automatically worthless, well, those are worthless too then.
Sure. Now, let me ask this. Is there anything else? I know we had a ton of questions in the chat, and I apologize, guys. I wanted to make sure I covered and we talked through a lot of the different components of it. So is there anything else from that discussion or my response to the discussion that we didn't cover sufficiently that you want to make sure we touch on?
I mean, honestly, most of my offense to it was probably the position that I was helping a pal out to reinvent himself in the hobby or to rehabilitate his image. Because the fact is, I don't know that he cares as much as I think it's interesting for the hobby to look at that as a possibility. I don't think he cares that much, so I shouldn't care that much. I just want people to be thoughtful of why we do what we do. Because I've watched people make judgments about people too many times that are just false. And they make it because someone said something on a talk show or on a podcast or on a video. They made some accusation. Everyone believes it. And honestly, it's in our world today too. I can't tell you how many people have told me that, Beyonce and Jay-Z are about to be in big trouble because P. Diddy is their friend and J-Lo is going to be in trouble. And this one's going to be in trouble because they knew P. Diddy, And it's like, it starts catching a life of its own if enough people say things like that.
Well, the concern I have is who's going to be in trouble because of P. Diddy in the hobby, Brian?
Well, there could be some hobby people involved. Yeah. And that's scary. That's scary. Not like dealers, but like celebrities or athletes. That could happen.
It could.
And if it does, I don't even know what that means. Like, what's worse? Wander Franco doing what he did and becoming worthless, but he never had that great of a career leading up to it, or a legend. What if it's one of the legends? Like, does that ruin them? We've never really had that happen to an established GOAT. Like, no one cared about OJ because the hobby was over. Like, his hobby was over. He only had a couple good cards anyway. It was never really anything. But what if it was like a GOAT? Like, what happened?
I was hoping you'd throw a name out. That would have been fun. That would have been a great clip.
I'm not going to say a name, but like, what if it was a GOAT? Or what if it was an entertainment personality that's beloved? Like a beloved entertainment personality. Like, I'll just make up, this is total made up, but like Denzel or like someone who has got incredible street credibility. It doesn't have to be African American. It can be anybody. It could literally be Clint Eastwood. I don't really care. But someone who has very good street cred, maybe not Clint Eastwood doesn't have good street cred. I don't know. But whoever has good street cred, you know, it could be
You ever
anybody.
seen Gran Torino? You don't think the man has street cred? What do
He
you mean?
does. He does. In that case, he did for sure. But listen, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. But I mean, people just make judgments, and I think sometimes it's not fair. And in this case, I think a judgment on the card is not fair. I just don't think it's fair. I think
Okay.
the way we've judged it without knowing is not fair. The other part, 100%.
All right. Seems fair. No, I appreciate you coming on and chatting about
And
it.
thanks
I
for
want
taking the time. And again, I just could not sit and listen to someone say that I'm just a rehabilitator or a pal helping his buddy out, because that's just not what it is. It's just not. As you will hear either in the next segment or in my single solo presentation about it if he doesn't accept, is sometimes things aren't okay. And there's no some things are black and white. Some things aren't. The card is not black and white. There's shades of gray everywhere, and not in the good way like in the movie. But like there's shades of gray everywhere. But like shill bidding is black and white to me.
Okay. No, I think it's fair. And if you do end up talking to,
there's definitely a difference between the two. That's for sure.
yeah, sure. And if you do end up having the follow-up conversation, the follow-up video, or do the conversation with Beckett, I've got your number now. Now that I've got your number, it goes both ways. So
Yeah.
if you have that conversation, then I will reach out to you. And
Well,
we'll
hey,
have a follow-up discussion.
and honestly, if I talk to Mastro again, I'm going to probably call you and say, hey, I'd like to get some questions from you.
Sure.
And I'd like to say, hey, there are some people who are not people who know you, who shared, hey, this is questions that real people are asking because they want to know. And I think asking him how the shill bidding actually worked is fascinating. That's like cutting the card. But like, what did he learn? And he can say, yeah, it was not nice and not a good thing to do, but I want to know why it's wrong. What exactly did you do? You took money from people's pockets, out of theirs and into yours. You understand? It's not like
Just tell him his Hall of Fame induction counts on it.
yeah. He's like Pete Rose. He'll probably never get in, but I mean, he doesn't get my vote right away because again, to me, there's so many people who are incredible in this hobby who've done things that are so mind blowing. Again, I only hope someday people look at what I do and people like me have done and say we're even like half of what Dr. Beckett or Jefferson Burdick or Seiberger or any of these people did.
Okay, can I ask you a real quick question just to
Yeah.
tail off here at the end? So about this trading card Hall of Fame concept you have. You said you're reaching out to some people, you're thinking about doing some voting. Is that
Yeah,
something that's still in the, are you still fleshing that out?
Yeah,
What are you
we've
trying to
started.
figure
We've
out?
already gotten acceptances. What we did is we approached some of the hobby icon type people. We started to approach those people. When I say hobby icons, it's every generation, different segments of the business. So you're going to see people that have accepted, like I'm trying to think of who. A guy like Probstein will probably end up being on that voting committee, not because he's a big internet retailer on eBay, but because his hobby history is very strong. Also, someone like that will probably be a voter. Someone like Kit Young would probably end up being a voter. He hasn't said yes. Jimmy Spence from JSA will probably be a voter. Someone like, I wouldn't be surprised if someone like JP Cohen at Memory Lane would be a voter. Wouldn't be surprised if Bill Mastro probably would not be a voter.
Can I ask a serious question? Serious
I
question
wouldn't
about
have
that?
a problem with it. I'm tempted to, but I wouldn't have a problem with it fundamentally because I think he probably should be, but he may or may not be. I don't know. We haven't fleshed that much out yet.
Sure.
But I will tell you, there are executives at Panini. There's at least one executive or maybe two executives at Panini who will be voters.
Okay.
There
So
will be
serious
people
question.
everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, serious question. In the event, so whenever this happens, you flesh out your voters, you figure all that out. Sounds good. If and when you figure that out, is this a situation where would this voting be transparent? Would we know who voted for whom?
We won't say whom for whom, but we would share the vote counts. And I would like to share how many people each person voted for. So if a person voted for, if the ballot, because I think the structure of the ballot is going to be in the categories, it kind of reminds me of the Hockey Hall of Fame in the sense that there'll be builders. And then in the players type division, which is the people outside of the builders, like the original founders of the industry, I think that's a category all its own, the builders. And then I think you have people who are key people in terms of the production and manufacture of cards, creation of cards, creative of cards, people involved in the general well-being of the hobby, the promotion of cards, which could include, I don't know if social media people will make it on the first ballot, but like it could include someone like Dr. Beckett or someone who was publication driven or promotion earlier days of the hobby driven. But I assume there'll be multiple categories. So the first class will probably have, there'll be a threshold for getting it. Maybe 5 or 7 people get in each category in the first class, and then it's tougher after that. But I don't think we need to say, hey, guess what? Bill Westland voted for Bill Mastro.
I think the reason I asked the question is I think there is an element of, like, in the Baseball Hall of Fame, the biggest problem is that you always have some folks that intentionally will leave someone off the ballot. You can figure it out, but realistically, look, if you put Probstein on there and he votes for Bill Mastro on the first ballot, like, that's his right. But at the same time, I don't think there's anything wrong with being transparent about it. Then you can see over time if he votes for him every single year. Well, that's your call, sir.
But I think the problem is you don't want people to be easily influenced in how they vote, which is why I don't think the baseball writers share their exact votes. They can share it, but I think maybe these people will share their votes, but that's why baseball doesn't share the votes, because they don't want to be influenced. And I mean, I'll tell you a quick story when we hang up here. Have you ever heard the story about the Hall of Fame Veterans Committee and how someone got in the Hall of Fame?
I remember one conversation. I don't know if it's the exact story you're thinking of, but I remember there was a couple of quirky ones in particular.
Rick Farrell. Rick Farrell is the classic story. So Rick Farrell's on the veterans ballot, and he's, he never got in the regular way. He's a pitcher, very pedestrian, probably one of the weaker Hall of Famers. And Will Ferrell's kid, Will Ferrell.
Will Ferrell also got in the baseball.
It's getting late. Rick Farrell's kid called each of the voters on the Veterans Committee and said, listen, Dad's not doing well. We both know he's not going to make the Hall of Fame, but if you would just give him one vote, so he'd have one vote for the Hall of Fame, that would mean the world to Dad. And the person made a call to everyone on the Veterans Committee, and Rick Farrell got in the Hall of Fame. Rick Farrell never gets in the Hall of Fame on that vote unless the kid lobbies and says, can you just give Dad one vote? Just one vote.
Yep.
And they all gave one vote. A bunch of them gave one vote just to be a nice guy to him, and it got him in the Hall of Fame. The trick worked. But that's why you can't have that happen. No one needs to lobby him. The fact that they're going to be out there is one thing, but I think no one's going to care. First of all, I don't think anyone's going to care that much. The stakes are a lot lower in this Hall of Fame than the Baseball Hall of Fame, where you get money forever if you get in. But I think...
Oh, we don't get induction rings and everything? I was going to lobby
hard
for this.
We might do that too. We might do that too. Depends when I get in. I don't think I'm a first balloter, unfortunately, but I hope to get in on second, third, fourth, fifth ballot. Maybe once people figure out what I'm doing next, they'll be like, holy shit, this guy's going to kill people and make a big impact. But listen, I'm not making it so I can be in it someday, but I think when I was a kid, I always wanted to be someone in the hobby that people would look up to and say, wow, that guy he loves this thing. He loves this business. And I think a lot of people have given everything. And I think we forget them just like we forget baseball players and football players once they retire. We forget guys. We forget how magical certain things were when we were kids sometimes. Then once we're reminded, we're like, oh my God, I remember Mario Soto, pitcher for the Reds. He was freaking dominant. Like in that 84, Jose Rio, Mario Soto, both of them. The Reds pitchers back in like those 80s, whatever. They were freaking dominant in those mid-80s teams. And like, everyone in the hobbies forgot them. They're worth nothing. But if you remember watching them back then, you remember. And I think it's good to remember the people that came before you and paved the way, because there's a lot of kids walking around with Pelican cases with $100K, $200K worth of cards, and they have no clue who paved the way for them to walk around with those Pelican cases.
Fair enough.
And I think it's time for people to learn who paved the way and to reward and recognize people who've done that. And no, I will not vote for Sports Card Dad for first ballot Hall of Fame. I can assure you that.
He's going to make 40 videos about that. You understand? Like, you have now, like, that's it. It's going to be a whole cottage industry now.
He may, and he won't get in because not right away. First, I'm not sure social media is old enough or impactful enough yet that, like, I wouldn't put Jeff Wilson in. I mean, and this guy's made a big impact on social media. I don't think that's the kind of, I don't think we recognize the full contribution of that category yet. We'll understand more in time how important that category is. But, there's a card breaker that could get in on the first ballot or second ballot. The person who created the game. Like the first card breaker, maybe.
If you're the innovator, it probably makes more sense than the follow-up.
Maybe the first card breaker could get in. I mean, it'll be interesting to see. It'll be fun. But hey, listen, this has been much better. I expected you to be very unbalanced and whatever on the discussion because, listen, people are passionate in this hobby about things.
I'm a man of peace, Brian.
I know. It's nice to talk to someone intelligent that can just talk and say, listen, you don't have to agree with me. We didn't come down on the same side of it. But we had a good, intelligent discussion about it. And I'm hopeful that people will start to think about why we think what we think Is it really based in thoughtful decision, which you've done? You've done the processing and you've made a decision where you're at. I just want people to be thoughtful and make that decision thoughtfully instead of arbitrarily, because hey, that's what we've been told to do or what we've been conditioned to do, which is automatically to write people off and discard them. I don't think that's the automatic response. If it was, there'd be no one in the hobby, because this hobby has got a checkered history comparable to most U.S. presidents or candidates. Hey, wish us luck tomorrow. We're going to need it.
Just talk to Dr. Beckett. He'll talk you off the ledge.
There you go. That's all I'll do. He's one of my heroes, but hopefully nothing bad comes out about him, because I'd be devastated. I don't think so. It would already come out. But hey, thanks a lot tonight, Carlos. You have a great night. It was great talking to you. Love the visit.
Sounds good. I'll wind her down. I'll chat with some folks. I don't know if anybody else will come on, but I think for the most part, our conversation is self-contained, so I think we're
Do
good.
your thing. Have fun. Have fun. Hey, guys, in the chat, thank you. And again, I have no people. No problem. I have no people. I have no problem with people that have.
Oh, you should get people. People are great.
Yeah, people are great. I have no problem with dissenting opinions. I'm totally cool with that. I just want people to be thoughtful about it. And if you make a thoughtful decision, you've done the exercise. That's all. You've done the exercise.
Sounds good. We'll let you go, BG.
I'm leaving the studio. Y'all have a great rest of the talk.
All right. Sounds good. Have yourself a good night. All right. So I wasn't sure exactly where we were going to end up going with that. It was kind of interesting to see. I was kind of curious myself. It was kind of funny because out of the course of it, I think I described it tonight. It was like for the trimming portion of it, I'm not as bothered by it as the disclosure part on the other portion of it. I tried to argue with him a little bit here and there as far as, and I know you guys had a lot of fun in the chat, so I do appreciate it. I think that was fun. And like I said, I would love to have read a lot of it, but I also wanted to make sure we at least had the conversation. It was easier if we're not yelling at each other. It does make it a little bit easier. So hopefully you enjoyed that. So let me ask you guys a quick question. I appreciate it. So thank you for that. Let's see here. Be thoughtful. Exactly. You got to be calm with those, man. So I'm glad you enjoyed it, Hobby Champs. So let me ask a question. I can kind of end it here. We can call it a night. Or is there anything else that you guys want to chat on? Or do you want me to see if I can bring on any of the regulars to do a little post more? I was trying to figure out if I wanted to do, timing-wise, we actually turned out okay. Since we started early, it actually finished earlier than I intended to. My original idea when the original start time was. The original start time was 8 p.m. Eastern. So because of that, we actually ended up a little early. So do you want me to cut this one off here and maybe do a little post-mortem thing? Or do you want me to just extend it a little bit beyond that? Listen, Wes, you keep this up, I might bring you on screen. We might need the Texas argument on this side of it. Just don't tempt me. It's all good, Brian. It's all good. I was kind of playing it by ear. It's one of those things when Brian originally reached out, I was like, all right, what do you want to talk about? I wasn't sure. So let's kind of play it with that way. All right, you want a little bit of post show? I think we can do that. Yes, we need the Texas take. It's important. Come on, what are we doing? So we'll go with that. That wasn't the Bobbles tag interview, no. No, Brian's willing to go back and forth on it, so I'm fine with that. I was suspected, and we chatted for a couple minutes before we went live. I was confident that he would have no problem pushing back, and I had no problem pushing back on a lot of stuff, but I also wanted him to talk for a bit. I wanted him to flesh out his argument. Because guess what? Here's the thing. Even if I'm not arguing with him the entire way, you have the ability, now you've heard it, and you could be like, I don't agree with the damn thing he said. And there was stuff in there. There are holes in that argument, but if I'm not yelling at him, it allows it to expand a little bit. And then you can go like, okay, I don't agree with this, and I don't agree with that, and I don't agree with this other part. Totally makes sense to me. That's fine. Yeah, I think there were definitely, that's why I say that's why I made clear in the discussion. It's like, my opinion didn't change. Not at all. My original video, everything I talked about, he disagreed with the defense part. That's fine. And that, I don't even have a problem with that. But I didn't agree with the arguments made on the video. Didn't agree with anything relating to the way it was formulated. I think there were like examples brought up that then were contradicted by other examples. And that's where I tried to make sure we covered it and tried to be like, tell me what you actually think about this one, and then we'll go with it. So let me do this. Here's what I'm going to do. Let's chat for a couple minutes on it since we've got that going on. Let me share the link with kind of the regular crew a little bit, and we'll see. Maybe I can get a couple of the guys to come on, at least for a couple of minutes. We won't go too long, but at least for a couple of minutes. This will be like your bonus. I'll do a podcast episode, kind of a decompress on this separately, but I'll record that myself. But we can touch on a couple of your points here. So I think that's completely fair. Let's see. I think Paul's head exploded. Probably it did. I enjoyed that Brian and he got to have a back and forth. It's like I enjoy Paul's contributions when he yells in there and lobs grenades, and it was fun watching Brian react to him in real time. That was kind of fun. So yeah, so there we go. I've got you covered. So Eric, everybody's got the link. So if anybody wants to hop on real quick, at least for a couple minutes, we can do a little decompress on that. Stealing money via shield bidding is wrong, but stealing money via misrepresenting trimmed cards and auctions, okay. Yeah, that's why I kind of thought it was interesting to get the strong argument in favor of that. So Eric, if you're good, give me a thumbs up. Mr. Eric. So tonight we are here on a serious matter. We are here on a serious matter of grave import.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm afraid you must calm down your silliness. We must be 5% more mature.
It is Monday.
It is Monday. That's right. Real quick, I'll read a couple more comments here, and then I'm going to get a quick refill. But if you want to give a couple of thoughts, I know it looks like you took a couple of notes. Did you end up taking a couple of notes there?
No, I should have, but I've been busy.
You should have pretended, Eric. Just pretend.
Yes, I've been taking notes.
Detailed notes. My God.
Notes. I'm not getting ready for the expo.
Shameful. Disgraceful. How dare you?
I'm taking
Defending my
notes.
friend portion he seemed to take pretty seriously. Yeah, he definitely followed up on that part. I didn't really change my mind. I think you kind of raised your eyebrows at some point that I did. Yeah. And this is actually an important thing, and I want to make sure we touch on this. So Eric, since you were listening to this, I want to get your take on this. And have a chance. I totally get it. Totally understand. Listen, I'm here and I'm thinking of being out. So I'm just saying. All right. But here, Eric, since you were listening to it, there were a few times where I raised my eyebrows that I didn't necessarily agree with it. But at the same time, I thought the conversation would go better if we allowed a little bit of it to go. And then I can be like, all right, question for you about this, question for you about that. So I didn't let it go on and on and on. But at the same time, I wanted, no, expand, keep giving the thought. I want to hear more. Tell me more. And then I can talk about a couple of things along the way. So let me get a quick refill. I want to get your high level thoughts.
Yeah, I think the worst thing that you can do when you invite somebody onto your platform to have a debate is to, come out of the corner swinging and, being overly aggressive. This does not encourage the person to communicate, answer questions. Having civil dialogue is much more educational, entertaining, I think, in the long run, than him coming on, you guys screaming at each other, you saying he's wrong, he's saying he's right, and then the thing's over in 10 minutes. I think going more of the intellectual route and having it last over an hour is the way to go. So I was really impressed with that, because Brian is the kind of guy that brings out a lot of feelings in people. I've talked to him a lot in the past, and I'd say the majority of the time in talking to him through the Clubhouse app over the years, especially more like 4 years ago when we were all on it so much. It was positive, but he's a very opinionated guy. He has a lot of energy. He does like to talk.
Fortunately, I don't have any of those things.
Yeah, he has. Good thing. He does have a lot of experience and time in the hobby, and like he said on during the interview, he'll be the first one to tell you that. But all in all, my interactions with him have been mostly positive. And I think you guys both did a good job. I don't think Brian's stupid by any means. I think he is intelligent. And I was hoping that this is how the conversation would go, because, both of you are, pretty smart guys and can debate and communicate well. Unless,
good boys, give me a thumbs up.
Unless people's feathers get ruffled. And Brian,
I was deeply offended, and many times.
And Brian's can get ruffled pretty quick at times. And there was one point that he dropped a couple F-bombs. His voice got raised. He started talking a little bit fast. Oh boy! And I thought you did a good job, kind of bringing him back, because he can go.
Yeah. So. You good, Brandon? All right. Needed a response. And Bobby, when you're ready, you give me a thumbs up. No worries. When you're ready. So Brandon, some initial high level thoughts. Curious what your take was on it. Uh, uh, Eric was right. There was a couple of spots there where it could have gone a little bit different, but I tried not to restrain. I tried to restrain my internal smirk. Tried to keep it to a minimum. I was kind of enjoying myself. Again, I didn't know where he was going to go with it, so I was kind of interested to see where he was going to take it. So, any thoughts?
Uh, I'll give you my initial thoughts, and you said you didn't know where he was going to go with it, and it was hard to chase where he was going with it. There was a lot of circles being ran, like it was hard to follow. I mean, the analogies and comparisons, we were hitting all over the targets. I mean,
Yeah.
So that part. So I'll be honest. That part I did expect. I did expect. I was kind of like expecting that portion of it, but that's why I wanted to let it run a little bit. Because again, I wanted to listen, and I said it multiple times. I want to listen to what Brian is saying. I want to actually
Yeah.
hear it, because if you listen, you can pick and choose which parts you want to follow up on. He's giving you a lot of options. So which one would you like to discuss now? But I need you to tell me a couple of them, and like, all right, we'll go for it.
it was just kind of drawing a circle and running, making laps, and it was kind of regurgitating the same things, but bouncing from the different points between the shilling and then the trimming, and and I get it. The conversation, the initial conversation he had was the trimming, which I want to say, if he's listening to this, when he was talking about, like, kind of saying that the hobby, the first thing that they think of with Maestro is the trimming, I don't know necessarily that that's the first connection with him that's associated with the Wagner itself. Yes, I would say the hobby that knows about that card, they would associate the trimming to that. But to Mastro, I don't know that that's the first thing that comes off necessarily with him. But even more importantly, if that's the way you feel, then why did you start focusing on that? Like, if you think that's a negative towards him and you're trying to shed some light on Bill Mastro, the person or whatever, then why did you also start there as your first point of interest? So,
Yeah.
And I know he said, he didn't know. It kind of sounded like he didn't know how to approach the interview and, the one bite of the apple or whatever. But that part I just felt was a little weird when he's saying, like, blaming the hobby for that's the way they look at it. But then that's the topic he chose to proceed with initially. So it just felt like, I'll be honest, I don't know how long I was on watching. I cut it off before the ending of it because it was just it was like running circles.
He was going to vote for you for the Trading Card Hall of Fame. You skipped the ending. That was the best part.
Oh shit. Well, I never got an answer if Eric gives him freaking discounts. I asked the important questions.
These are the important questions, man. I'm telling you. So by the way, to your point, since you were mentioning it, I actually agreed that I thought, and it was a good question that was brought up. That's why I thought it was worthy. You choose the sequence of the discussion you're having. That's why I kept referring back to the Probstein one, because the Probstein one did touch on the shield billing and the Wagner card. And a lot of the key points were actually brought up in both. Now, they did expand on a little bit, but by focusing so much on the Wagner and on his background and history in the hobby, by focusing so much on that, you ate up the 2 hours, and then you didn't have time to actually touch on the shield bidding thing, which he's at least talked about at least once. Like, we actually have it. And I'll include a link in the description for folks if they want to check it out. Actually, what I'm probably going to do, I'll be honest with you, I'll give credit to Probstein for it. I'll give a link to it. I cut out the first part of it where he's having technical issues, and I have a copy of the video that cuts off the first couple of minutes and gets you straight to when they're talking. So I may just make that link available for folks in the description so you can check it out. It won't be monetized, at least not for me. YouTube can do whatever it wants, but then you can listen to the video and use the 2x on it if you want on YouTube and whatever. It'll be an easier listen. But you can listen for yourself and hear the version in 2021. A lot of the key points, he kept them the same. That's why I said, like, the key points on the Wagner thing was pretty consistent. And on the shield bidding thing and the MasterNet thing, he did at least talk about it for that one. So, Bobby, if you're good, give me a thumbs up. Mr. Burrell. So I apologize I wasn't able to explicitly state your thing, but I think we touched on a lot of the stuff you were asking about, at least directly and indirectly a little bit here and there.
Yeah, there was a lot of things that I mentioned in the thing, but that that's fine. Yeah.
And I enjoyed this.
I haven't gotten through it fully, but
Sure.
And I didn't even know it was going live at that time. I was just doing some other stuff. So
Well, Brian actually reached out to me about an hour early, and I actually was like, "Didn't you say 8?" And he goes, "Oh, I thought it meant 7." And I was like, "All right, fine, sure."
different time zones? No, maybe.
No, he said 8 specifically. I think he thought he put 7, but he put 8 instead. So I was ready for 8, but he caught me a little bit early, and then I was like, "All right, listen, if you want to go and you're ready to go, we'll go."
It's a tactic.
Yeah. Well, it also made it honestly, it also made it easier for me because I was talking to Eric separate before we got started. I wasn't sure what time we'd be finishing up. So I was like,
Yeah.
actually, by starting an hour earlier, you actually made it easier for me to finish at a more reasonable time. It allows us to have a little post show without having to do a whole separate thing.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That's
So it
for
worked
sure.
out. It worked out.
Yeah, so it was very interesting. It did expand a little bit more on the understanding. The only thing if we don't know the facts before we go into something, then saying that we didn't know of that time period, the good part about a historian and a researcher is that you look back into those times, ask those people, and then come to the table. So that was the only thing I can say was lacking by Brian, was the that ignorance of that time. Now, I've read many things, as you very well know. I've been a historian for 35 years. So I have done a lot of research behind the scenes, magazines I picked up, old, First Nationals, pre-national stuff from the 50s, 60s, Bruce Yanko, and, Woody Gelman and what they did, and all the other stuff. Never was it mentioned that card cutting was, in all the stuff that I've read, which is actually quite a bit, and more than I would say most, was ever really mentioned in anything that I said. But that doesn't really mean anything, in a sense that if the cutting was going on, if it was the unspeakable, if it was more commonplace and it wasn't a worry, it would have been mentioned. Oh, why don't you just cut that card down? It could have been written, but it wasn't. And the price guides never mentioned. So it was
so Bobby, that's why I kind of pushed back on the idea that, and hopefully you guys caught on to that. I was pushing back on the idea that just because no one is explicitly saying it's wrong, some people don't even know. They don't even know enough to know what they don't know. So how would it have even come up? That's why I really pushed on the buyer of the Wagner from Mastro, who was Copeland, who was a neophyte in the hobby. If you actually go look at it, he was a guy who trusted the judgment of experts. And then when it came time to sell it in the Sotheby's auction, that's why I didn't spend a ton of time on it, guys. I'll be completely blunt, but it took me like 20 minutes to do a little bit of, going back in the Wayback Machine, refreshing myself. I knew some of the stuff already. I went back in the Wayback. Look, we never got around to it. I even have from Net 54, I have the screen grab of the page from the Sotheby's auction for the T206 Wagner. I never even got a chance to pull it out because it didn't fit what we were discussing at the time. But here it is. It's from the Copeland collection. There's the write-up and there's the Wagner. That was the one that was sold in 1991. And this is a page from the catalog that actually this came from. The information is out there. If you wish to seek it out, the information is out there if you want it. So I'm looking at a guy, though, that is a neophyte buyer who purchased it for 4 times what it was purchased for a year prior. But he was throwing a lot of money around, building an amazing collection in a very short period of time, relatively speaking, and then sold a very monstrous collection in 1991. Basically got out of it within less than a decade of getting into it. He was out and then made a lot of money on he quadrupled his money on that card. But the idea was, how would he have ever asked? How would he even know? And he wouldn't even know to ask.
Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah.
That's saying.
And then who was consulting on the Sotheby's auction? The same person that sold him the card.
Yes.
So he's on both sides of the transaction. He's the guy who knows exactly the provenance of this card, and it's not shared at any time during point A to B to C.
And I think that's where the money comes into it. And then we take it to the next step, is that money is a main thing for Bill, not as a collector, but as a salesman. And then we get into the shill bidding, and one leads into the other, and you sit there and go, maybe,
Well,
The funny part,
and
did Bill need the money at that time that he did the shill bidding? And actually, me and my friends, we spent $70K in US in wax in the 2004 auction. Was I shill bid? We will never know that. But if we can kind of look back at that time, probably I was. So did he take money out of my pocket? I don't know. But if he did, am I happy? Am I sad? I'm happy to get what I got. I paid what we wanted to pay. And, I can't go back and change history, and we'll never find that truth out ever, unfortunately. And all the thousands of other people that were affected as well. So, and it's
Brandon,
not
did
just
you
like
wanna
it was
add
a
something as well?
one-time thing. It's just like, oh, we just did that
Yeah.
one auction. No, it
Go
was
ahead,
going
Brandon.
on. And I
so a
didn't,
couple things. I found it interesting, like the whole thing of did it matter because it wasn't known or whatever? Well, this was the very first card PSA did. Obviously, it's right there on the cert, right?
Yep.
I don't know because I haven't seen any statement of what the standard was for that very first card. Did they have it all written up like they do today? Did they think that anybody would even be doing this? But the point is, it also wasn't asked, is this okay? It's like you're on a road with no, I'm going to go BG route and make some analogies. You're on a road with no speed limit. You're going to go as fast as hell, because, it's okay until you get pulled over, right? And that's kind of the scenario, the way he was kind of explaining it, is it was okay because it wasn't known, but it also wasn't disclosed, And then to Hobby Champ's point of the whole BGS thing and the sheet cuts, did PSA know that it was from a sheet? Or did they assume and just think it was from a pack? Because that's two different things there. I mean, some of the cards that BGS is doing from sheets, they know because a lot of them are backdoored stuff and all of that from the Fleer times and everything. And they know that those came from the sheet. Yeah. So this is a matter of, did anybody even know that there was a damn T206 sheet in existence that it could be cut from? So there was details that were obviously left out because, or the standards just weren't there. So like, I get the argument of it that it was an early period. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's right.
Not that early.
And the other fact is obviously, let's go to the other end of the topic with the shilling. There was some character issues and money involved. Obviously, money thoughts the train there because look at what it led to later on. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that this is the only incident. I grade with SGC. I know the whole thing that, that happened there. I've always looked at that as I'm grading cards for other people. I'm not involved in that. We know there is a lot of bad apples in the basket called the hobby.
And there still are. And there's still
right. Rightfully so. I was looking at when I'm using SGC, I'm looking at it as the job they do. I've been called an ass because I've tried to do things that I felt was proper in terms of grading aspects. Okay.
And
I've
also
sent cards back. Yeah. So I've also, I'll be clear. Brian mentioned processes that people take today to trim cards. He is 100% spot on. The whole soaking thing and all of that.
And the
you
pressing
make the card bigger, cut some off, boom. It's back to normal size. Yes, people are doing that. I have had suspicions of cards that have came through. I have had conversations with people about cards that have came through our submission group. I'm not sitting here saying that I am a professional, but I've seen a shitload of cards go to grading And I try, if something raises a red flag, if I find a fake card that somebody sent in, I'll message them and say, hey, this is fake. Are you aware of that? Do you still want to send it and try it, or do you want to save your money? So there is a lot of bad shit. Some people are oblivious to it and don't understand. Some people know exactly what they're doing, and they're doing it to benefit. So it's what side of the fence are you on?
I don't really think there's a side of the fence. If we can go back to that time period and say that, we didn't know, that's fine, but we have to prove that first. So we can all sit here with speculation and say that, but honestly, the 80s isn't that far back. I was still going to the odd card show at that time. Not until the 90s did anything really kick in for me. Now, if I have to put my Wayback Machine on in my head, I'd have to say trimming wasn't an issue in my head, but it was never brought upon us. At that point in time, I can honestly say that would be a factor, because I was a collector prior to that. I was, I've been collecting, cards as kids. If some kid uses a scissors on them, you didn't want it. It wasn't a straight cut. You didn't want it because you knew. And that's 1970, 71, 72, 73. We knew that because, kids would cut cards, make them, because one side of the border was too wide, and they would make it even, maybe aesthetically. And we didn't want those cards.
I think we're the question that kind of Brian talked around a little bit, and we did a little bit of a back and forth many times. I kept, we and the funny part is a lot of fun. If you guys were watching me, part of the reason I was adjusting my chair is I'm like, we're gonna have a section where Brian's gonna talk for a while, and then I'm waiting to pick up a couple of things, and then along the way we'll come back to a couple of them, and hopefully I was able to touch on most of them. I tried my best because there's a lot. You're going to get bombarded with content, so you have to try to. That's why I wasn't listening to the chat as clearly as usually I do. I need to listen. My ears need to be wide open for this to really be able to do this properly.
He talks a lot.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, it's not just about talking. It's also filtering out individual things that you may want to then touch on. If you're getting 50 things, you got to make sure you hit on the ones you really want to make sure you hit on. So that way you don't lose it. But one of the things that was circling around a bunch of different times was the whole argument about, well, it wasn't a big deal, wasn't a big deal. Part of it, though, was ignorance, because some folks flat out didn't know. And then it's one of those things where it has to actually affect you sufficiently for then it to be brought into your purview, into your notice. So for the average rank and file collector, they might even be a longtime collector, but they could be sitting on a pile of trimmed cards that dealers that they trusted did over many years. And as long as it doesn't look completely off, who's to say? That's why I asked that question. I said, if you're going to deal with somebody who's a national dealer, and maybe they've been doing this for 20 years, and maybe you have some experience, but you don't specifically know what to look out for. The card looks all right. It seems reasonable enough. The price is not out of whack. Are you going to lead with, is this trimmed? If the edges look nice, is that the first question that's going to come out of your mouth in 1985? Probably not. It's probably not the first thought that comes to mind, unless you have a reason to be suspicious, in which case then maybe that might come up. But it's logic would dictate you can't sit there and ask for something that you have no reason to be worried about because you haven't been burned yet. Until you experience that, what would prompt you to assume the worst? If this person has been around for a while and other people seem to vouch for them and they seem to have long-standing business, wouldn't you assume they know what they're doing?
Well, and
you would hope.
Yeah. Another thing to take into account there is in 1985, we didn't have a 1 through 10 scale that people then value the card at different levels on, and the trimming sets it at without it being caught, sets it at different levels. It was, you looked at, the table of cards and picked the one you like. And for the most part, they were all pretty much around the same price. I mean, hell, Beckett had 2 columns, right? So I think it was less thought of because it was either a really nice looking card or it was a beat to shit card, and you picked which one you wanted. And also they came out of the pack so often. Like, we complained today about a card that's a little bit off centered. They came out of the pack sometimes all the way to one side. Like, you bought what was available. You didn't have eBay. You didn't have ComC. You didn't have all that. You had whatever card shop or card show that you might be around, or your buddies at school or whatever. So your choices were limited. Like,
Yep. Now,
you
real
didn't
quick,
really
one
think
thing I
of
want to
it.
touch on there. One thing I want to touch on there with that, and we did in the course of the conversation, we did touch on that. So, kind of talking to Dufex's point here. Obviously, we disagreed that the dollar amount matters. The reason why I think it mattered is because to me that heightens the scrutiny. At
Well, it
that
does.
time, that would have been the biggest sale of a car of a a trading card at that moment. So it says it increases the profile. It says, wait a minute, this is not just your garden variety card that just falls into the mix with other cards and whatever. Oh, who cares? If it's a $5 card, are you really even scrutinizing it that closely? Maybe somebody did do something to it. But if it's a $5 card, are you really that worried about it? But if you're spending 110 grand and you're trying to build the finest collection and you don't know anything, you might care a little. Go ahead, Eric.
This is exactly what I was kind of waiting to say. I was waiting for my moment to come in and say this.
Your
exact
moment to
thing.
shine. Your moment to shine.
I rarely shine, but I this is exactly what I wanted to say, is that this wasn't a a base card from 87 tops. Okay, this he knew at the time.
It was
even back
85,
then,
not 87. You can't be in the future on that. I
Do you
know
have
you
any
had
idea how
your
valuable
scissors going on the Red Sox cards,
Bobby,
so
do you
you
have
were
any idea how
trimming in
value? Do you
85.
have any idea how valuable a 1987 Topps card is in 1985? It
it-
portends to the future.
With that wood grain border on the baseball.
Brandon, if you have the 1987 Topps in 1985, it's worth twice as much as the Wagner.
that's probably true.
Go on.
But this wasn't a base card that got trimmed, that got passed around at a card show, that's worth 10 cents. He knew at the time the rarity and worth of this. You can hear it, and when he was talking about it, in the interview with Brian, he's talking about, oh my God, I found this. This thing is so rare. This is such a big deal. I mean, he knew then. And we talked about this beforehand. I think we all agreed, and Carlos, you brought it up tonight. It's you paid for it. You can do whatever you want to it. You could get a pen and put, mustache and glasses on them. It's yours. Do what you want.
And I stand firmly on that. The purchase is not the issue.
Right.
The trimming isn't even necessarily in and
It's
of itself
yours.
the issue,
It's yours.
because
Do
you
what
can
you
do
want.
whatever you want. Yes.
So what the point that I keep getting stuck on is he knew exactly what this card was, its importance to the hobby, its worth, its rarity. He did what he did to it. His initial plan, as he reports in the interview, is he planned on keeping it, and then he decided to do something different. That's fine. We all agreed that up until the point of sale, he had the right to do what he wanted. I'm trying to remember, I think we all agreed that at the point of sale, it would have been, hey, this is the history of it, since I've had it. I bought it from this guy. I cut it from a sheet. It's, here you go, grade it, sell it.
Story would have been the main focus.
Yeah.
Would it not have been?
Yeah.
Well, and the grading, by the way, came later, because even Copeland didn't grade it initially. But the key point of this is I wanted to keep it kind of masks the part, and we did touch on it briefly, but the want to keep it is kind of undermined by, within a year or so, we're selling it for more than quadruple the price. So
Yes.
we're acknowledging here that directly the value of the card quadrupled in 12 months with a paper cutter. Like, there was nothing that changed outside in the 12-month period between 86 and 87, outside of the facts the card started with as a football, and everything, and he said that in multiple times. So that's been a consistent point. The only thing that really changed is that it became the correct size. That's the biggest change between 86 and 87. So when Copeland is looking at, he's not looking at the same card that Mastro saw in 86. They're two different things that you're seeing in those two different time periods.
I have two things. One is the chink in the armor of the whole conversation, and I'll get to that. But I did want to approach Brian's. If you cut the back of the hostess card, once you cut it first, you can cut it 50 times as long as you don't go past that line. It
Sure.
does not matter because it is meant to be hand cut by a child. And if father says that that's not straight and he cuts it again, and you got to prove it anyways, but it doesn't matter. You can cut it 50,000 times as long as you stay within that perimeter of the dotted line that's meant to be there. Cutting it, and one thing being production and other thing being hand cut by a kid are two different things. So you can cut that card whatever you want, even after the first time. Doesn't matter. Second, third, fourth, fifth. That's irrelevant. The chink in the armor of this whole conversation is that when he was cutting it, he had his friend on the phone. And he's sitting there, you're not going to cut it. You're not going to cut it. That part of it, because he said that way, and this is from, Bill Mastro's mouth, that I'm going to try cutting it. Why would someone care? What does it matter?
Yeah.
Really?
The idea was that it was commonly done. It wasn't a big deal. It wasn't an issue. That's the reason why, if you guys
It was
were
a
listening,
huge deal on the phone. So
I said that it would be very interesting to me. I gave you guys really briefly. I didn't want to go too deep into history major territory,
Yeah.
but oral history is important. Oral history is a thing. There are inherent weaknesses to oral history. And I'll give you guys a silly example, just a silly example. If I asked most people here in the chat or in the panel to talk about something you did when you were 15 years old or 20 years old in school, even if it's a great memory for you, you remembered vividly and everything, you can describe it to me in detail. But what might happen is you might get the order of it wrong. It might be a couple of days earlier. It might be again, this is something, even if you remember it like it's a vivid memory in your mind, you might have been wearing a blue shirt, but you think it was a red shirt. You might have been on a Thursday, but you thought it was a Wednesday. But the good news is it's not material to the story. It doesn't fundamentally change the story. But over time, we lose a little bit of the edge on the details as time goes by, so that we may forget something that may be pertinent. That's why oral histories are only as reliable as the narrator. And that's not even taking into account. And that's when the narrator isn't trying to mislead you. They're not trying to change anything on purpose. They just can't remember it exactly. Well, what if you may have a reason to change part of the story? In this case, that's why I asked Brian as well. Rob Livson, as far as I'm aware, is still alive.
Mm-hmm.
He's part of this equation as part of the purchase of the card, and he was one of the people who got a chance to see the card in its original state. And presumably he was the one on the phone, right? So he can actually give you flavor and color to that side of the conversation. So regardless of whether he's biased or not, even if he doesn't like Master and everything, I'd still like to hear his side of it.
Yeah, but I don't think Master would have said it the way he did. That he was on the phone. He said, "You're not going to cut it, are you really? I just want to hear it. I got to be on the phone." Like all that hype about the cut means that it wasn't a standard thing to do or an accepted thing to do at that point. There's no way it can be. Because if it mattered, and why would it matter? Oh, you could have miscut it. Okay, cut it again. Then we'll get it straight next time. It would have been that. Oh yeah, I cut it. Oh yeah. I just finished cutting. Yeah, it looks good. No, he was on the phone. That's key to everything at that point.
Yeah. And like I said, that may be the case, but I'm saying I would like to hear it. Doesn't mean we're going to, just so we're all on the same page here. I would still like to if it was possible. Let me read a couple of comments here. Zach saying, I don't like saying it's my card, so it's fine to trim. Every card owned will be sold unless the house fire. Some of those expensive ones will be sold by family when I'm dead and gone. That's completely fair. But the thing is, though, it's still your property. Like, I'm talking about two separate things. If it's your property, you can do whatever you want with it. The hope is that down the road, someone would disclose it. But we have no control of that. If you died before the cards are sold and they're sold by someone else, you may not have control over that. But when you were alive and it was your item, you did have the right to do with it as you pleased. It was your property. Go ahead, Eric.
And that's what's great about the hobby is that these are all everything around me is, unless there's a house fire, is going to end up in someone else's hands at some point. But what I love about, here's a vintage card from 1971. Who had it before me? How did it get to my hands? Why is this one survived and so many others got, ruined in kids' back pockets, in the rain, thrown out by mom, chucked up against the wall? How does this one survive and in such good condition? that's what's great about the hobby, because when they're in your possession, you can do what you want with them. Some of them might not survive. Some of them may get dropped and ding a corner. Some of them, like I threw away. I told the story on the show. My first Lemieux rookie and a Gretzky second year and another Gretzky card all got thrown away when I was a kid because I got into a fight with my mom about cleaning my room. And I said, oh, yeah, she wants me to clean my room. And I just picked up this whole thing of trash and everything and just threw it away. Well, there's a Mario Lemieux rookie and a Gretzky second year in there. Those are gone.
Well, who did you fight when you destroyed a Bobby Orr stick?
That's another thing. I was alone when I did that. But the point is, when that Lemieux goes in the trash, there's one less in the world now.
Yeah.
That makes every other one just a fraction more valuable. So, yeah, that's what's great about the hobby, is that risk of once it's in someone's possession, something bad might happen. And that's what makes everything else more rare. And if I choose to cut this in half right now, everybody who has a Lafleur rookie in the world should be clapping.
So you're saying you should do it for the hobby?
I would. There's a fraction of increased value that happens to everyone else's Lafleur card if I cut this in half right now. So that's what is exciting about this. How did this get in my hands after all these years, 50 plus years? How? Who had it?
I think that's one of the coolest parts of it, though, when you really dive down deep in it, is if you actually do know the story behind the card. And maybe that's why that Wagner is, even in the state it's in, an important piece to the hobby, because it's had a story that's carried along. You guys watched the reveal I just did, and then the one previous. And since we're on the topic of the Wagner, those T206s that have came back, like, in most cases, if they were just randomly out somewhere, a lot of people might question where in the hell they came from. Like, how do they look that good? Because they're 115 years old, just sitting there raw, right? The reason that those were so cool, and the reason they graded the way they did, it wasn't because anybody trimmed them up. It wasn't anybody made them, beautified them. They came from the original owner's family. The guy that smoked the cigarettes and got them out of the pack. Like, the history of them were known, and they've followed a timeline. So that, I think, is cool, because you know that somebody took care of them. Somebody that collected them for all those years. That they stayed within the family. Your stuff there, Eric, if you were the first owner, and it gets handed down, the story is there if anybody cares. I think that's an element that gets lost a lot in the hobby, is what is the history of this? What is the story behind this? It just becomes, I got this on eBay and I might be the 64th owner, who knows, and the story sometimes is the coolest part of the card.
Well, there's trillions and trillions of cards, but there's very few significant ones. There's a second chink in this armor that I want to give to everybody from Bill's interview, is that he said he sent a card to a gentleman, a fellow collector, and the guy returned it because it was missing the tab at the top. He didn't want something that was taken away from the card. So that, in essence, shows there was to certain level of collectors that was certainly an issue, the condition that it was missing. If it was creased and everything like that, the guy might have taken it. But because it was missing that piece, which a lot of those cards back in those time periods, especially in the 20s or what have you, had to tear off the bottom tab and send that in for a contest or whatever. But missing tabs today meant something, but they obviously meant something back then. And he reinforced that on top of what he was saying. So there are two little items there that we can sit there and go, that kind of doesn't make sense when those two items are portrayed that way. So I think we have to sort of really go back into a little bit more history, you're getting dealers' perspectives. I like to get collectors' perspectives, and I like to go through some old magazines and old papers that that might talk about it, and I'd never seen it talked about.
Yeah, so that's kind of a key piece to kind of the discussion. I didn't want to get too far into that because then it would have been a much longer conversation.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
But the majority of the people that are going to be asked this question are dealers, to your point, who have a certain vested interest because they were the sellers of the items. The collector may have had a different opinion on the other side of the transaction. That's why I talk about the disclosure thing. So let me talk on Hobby Champ's point here. So knowing the PSA knew the card was cut from machine, I know there were a couple of comments earlier. So, Brian was really playing this idea of, do we know? And I think Stuke quoted the card where it said that, presumably they knew and everything, and they did cut cards at the time. And here's the thing. I am not concerned about it, and I want to be clear about this. I'm not concerned about it once it's in the holder. We can debate that separately because if PSA decided they were okay with grading it at that time, then that's fine. But then the person that goes forward with it being in the holder allows PSA to take the responsibility, yay or nay, in terms of what happens after that, because they basically gave their stamp of approval on it. So that's a separate conversation. Prior to that, your experts are a very limited scope of people, including the person who cut the card. And that's where we run into a bit of a problem because the people that were consulted was a very small group of people who also dealt with each other. So it's one of those things where you had a very limited. Go ahead, Bobby.
Or there was a great salesman.
Sure. But the thing is, that's why I kind of posed the question originally. I said, Mastro cuts the card. I'm not sitting here wailing to the heavens about the moral outrage of it. My question is, if you don't share it and you say it doesn't come up, because your word's not mine, you say it didn't come up, and you also said you weren't hiding it, but I also don't think you were announcing it to everybody. You weren't walking in the room going, I trimmed the Wagner. I don't think that was happening. I'm sure if someone explicitly asked you, hey, that's pretty sharp edges on that. Anything you want to add on that there, Bill? Maybe you say something, maybe you don't. But again, that's why I asked the question. Who in the mid, early, late 80s is even asking the question?
Nobody.
So how would it ever come up?
It might be mentioned. I'm going to dig, like I said, a little deeper on that issue, and we'll see what we can come up with. But like I said, I haven't never seen that being a thing. Some do grading, some tell you what to look for. I have to go through my records again. But there's another thing to the. I just lost the train of thought of that. There was another thing I wanted to talk about. Go on, and I'll.
All right. While you're thinking about that, let's get a little Eric slander in here.
Sure.
CC says, Eric, I'm not sure if your premise holds true for all cards. If you destroyed all your Reggie Lemon, and I appreciate you trying to spell it out. I appreciate that. I don't know if the remaining Reggie cards in the hobby will go up. I think it's valid.
It's Monday.
Listen, this is the chat. I'm not doing it. This is the chat. What do you want from me? Well, then tell the chat to be 5% more mature, Eric.
Be 5% more mature, chat. It's Monday.
Raw cards are not in the pop report. How could you tell? Pretty much, yeah. If a raw Wagner T206 burns in a fire, it really doesn't affect the population value of other off-grid cards. Yeah, if you don't know. And that was why the concept that I wanted to make sure I touched on, and I hit on it a couple of different times. And it was going back on Mastro's, if you can't identify it and you can't catch it, is it a problem? And that was kind of the philosophical underpinning of a bunch of the questions that we were having. A lot of the discussion was trying to get on that piece. And I think Brian actually kind of indirectly answered it. Through the course of the conversation, he did kind of answer that question and gave some opinions on it. So that's why I thought it was safe. So go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah. So at this point, after what Bill has said, does that make PSA liable to refund a trimmed card?
So it would all depend on what the policy. No, like in all seriousness, it would have been what the policy was in 91, because the original encapsulation would have been whatever they had established at that point. After the fact, you can update the label. Like today, Brian used the example of that Jackie Robinson card, because the person literally told people what they did and that it upgraded the condition from yay to nay. Yes. And it has been said that this is no good, no bueno. PSA decertified it. So you outed yourself, you provided the evidence, and then they decertified it.
So if it breaks out of the holder and they have to reholder it, what happens there? Does PSA go forward? Because then they're liable at this new point, right?
That's why I said what I wonder, because folks were talking about the sheet cut thing. Yeah. If in 1991 the sheet cut thing was okay, By today's standard, it's not. So the 91 evaluation then would not have been wrong per se. But at the same time, today we're not as accepting of it. And to Brandon's point, though, being that it's that particular Wagner, authentic altered doesn't really hurt that card. It's infamous. That card doesn't need the PSA designation to be infamous. It's got a history and a provenance to it.
For now.
Yeah, specifically that one.
Technically, though, on the
Sure.
other end. Just saying.
But that's what I'm kind of curious. But that's why I'd be kind of curious. So crack it out and send the Wagner to SGC exactly.
I don't know what's going to happen.
SGC would be like, this is outrageous. 7.5.
You just move it down the hall.
You know, and to be honest about the whole interview, it was great hearing Mastro's story. I have to admit, because,
Sure.
as a historian, I like hearing about, old time, what was going on, what was happening in the hobby. Him being
That's why I gave the oral history thing, though. My point is that it's not that it's not relevant. I said that we have to put it in the context of the person who's saying it, because they may have bias. They may be presenting. That's what I challenged Brian with. I said they may be presenting you with the view of what they think you want to hear as part of it, and they're not necessarily going to condemn themselves. They may take some blame for certain things, but they may downplay other things, and you got to factor that in. That's part of the conversation where you're talking about somebody who's talking about their own story.
Oh yeah, for sure. And putting Bill Mastro in the Hall of Fame. I know he said in his interview that he would probably make him the second, second tier. I went, honestly, Mastro shouldn't be in any of the Hall of Fames. He was a dealer of the time. Auction houses were around in 1985. Josh from Leland started. So what did Mastro do? He came in, he would Vinny Vidi Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered, went to jail. That's what happened to him. So in that sense, what, being the major player who was going around selling stuff, or, going through this auction house of, what was it? I can't remember the name, the big auction house. Anyways,
Sotheby's.
Yeah. So, okay, where's your contribution here? Where is your contribution other than being a salesman?
Well, that's why I was kind of curious. So remember,
I don't
if you guys
see him being there. You got Bob Lemke. I could name off 15, 20 guys that should be part of the first conversation, and none of these guys fit in there. Dr. Beckett, he fits in there later down the road. Yes.
I think Beckett's so we so you guys know who watch this channel, we have no problem being critical of Eric's favorite, Beckett. But the thing is, we can give credit that he popularized the price guide. That is the thing. He popularized it and made it mainstream, and became the name Beckett has a resonance in the hobby beyond the individual. The company, Eric's favorite company, exists to this very day. So, but it exists. So, and because of what they did initially with Beckett Publications, they made it into a thing. So I think that in itself is worthy of a discussion. Jefferson Burdick, for cataloging these things early, that's a discussion. That's worthy.
It's not even a discussion for Jefferson.
You're right
Burdick.
there.
He's the number one. Something. He is the PSA one Honus Wagner.
Yeah. So those things are easy to do. I think with dealers, I that's why at the very end I asked Brian to tell me why. What is the contribution? I asked specifically that question, and I wanted to hear his case. You guys can argue the plus or minuses of it. I agree with Bobby in the sense that I struggle with any dealers, because to me, you can't even claim discovery, because a lot of, even Mr. Mint, Al Rosen was one of the most famous marketeers of what he did. And he found a lot of big finds in the hobby. But at the same time, he also was offering, big cash payouts, which brings people out of the woodwork. So they called you. And take the Wagner, the infamous Wagner here. That Wagner came to Mastro because he had positioned himself as a guy for these things. But even in Mastro's retelling of the story, the guy approached him and he said, I was here to offer it to either you, Lou Lipsit, or there was one other person, I forget who the third person was. But there were three names. There were three specific people. If Mastro had turned them down, he would have gone to Lou Lipsit, or he would have gone to the third person in line. So it wasn't like you were the only person who could possibly have ended up with that card. You were one of three. Whoever said yes first, and it was Bill Mastro who said yes first, got the opportunity to buy the item. You weren't discovering America. And even the Discovery of America wasn't discovering America, but you get my point. It was already there. Somebody already had the card and could have sold it to somebody else if it wasn't you.
Yeah. And, people who have built up the hobby, there are so many. And I question a lot of the ways that people assume that, they're pioneers. most of the people in 2000 to 2004 think they're pioneers because they started this company, started that company. No, sorry. You know, you're going to have to wait an awful long time, you know, being back in the day. And that's one thing that people don't realize, that the people who put their time into the hobby unselfishly, altruistically, beyond myself. I'm not nominating myself. I'm just saying.
Oh, I was totally nominating
Does that sound
myself. I don't know if
familiar?
you guys caught that at the end. I was totally angling for this shit.
It was great.
I was like, why not? Listen, I downplayed my role in the hobby, but now that Brian is gone, I am going to restore my doctor moniker. I'm back to being Dr. Carlos.
The funniest part,
It's
if
back.
he's a hobby historian, he knows nothing of me. And honestly, you know, I'm in hockey, but I do O-Pee-Chee history, Topps history. I've uncovered a lot of stuff. He should know my name, and he does not. And
You should
and
you should
that
have led
tells
with
you
hi,
he is
the
not
Burrell.
the right person to be doing that. Because if you're just concentrating on baseball, that's fine. You want to do the Hall of Fame for baseball cards? Well, have at it. If you want to do hobby, different story. Not that I'm there, but he doesn't even know who I am, and that's sad because, you know, I've done things for how many years, and how many great articles have I written?
7.
100. You know, not great articles, maybe about a dozen or so that were really good, new information. Well, most of it's new information. So, you know, I should be known as somebody who's altruistically done this for this many years, and that I'm not known by him, and he's going to do the Hall of Fame. And he's been a historian. Like, the historians know each other. We know who they are. And Brian is not one of them that I've ever seen.
Wow, he's not even in the fan club. He didn't get the Dakota ring.
I don't consider him a historian. I don't see him putting out information. He likes to talk a lot, but I haven't seen any action. You know, do I have action? I have lots of it.
Brian, I'm still a man of peace. So after you talk to Beckett, I still want to have that conversation.
I'm not putting him down, Brian. He fits into a certain niche in the hobby. That's great.
I got to angle for this still, Brandon. I still have an agenda.
And he's going to have.
Holy shit, guys! Breaking news! I just sold a T206.
Oh, how much?
Look right there. Just
You
sold
see,
it.
New Marquard.
Boom.
Amazing.
So
did you have something you wanted to say, Brandon? Real quick.
Oh, yeah.
I did. I wanted to touch on the comment by Cece, and I'm not ashamed to say that I've gave PSA a lot of hell. I think we all at some point have gave PSA hell. And I would, I think a lot of people would say, well, if they know this is done, why isn't the cert deactivated? I want to take an approach and look at it, on a different angle. If when they encapsulated the card originally, it was within their policies, then, whether or not it was disclosed, whether or not it was done to be deceptive,
to PSA, it doesn't have to be disclosed. They should know enough to know.
Right. But if they did the sheet cards and all of that at the time, and it fit within their standards, and it was legitimately done, then that's one thing there. To go back and decertify it now, I think when you're comparing it to things that are being decertified today, that's going outside of the standards, and the card has changed now. That card hasn't changed since it was originally, deemed cert number 0001.
If we go by that, I don't have too much issue with that. What I would throw out though is I would like the designation. I think we can say, if you want to say in 1991 sheet cut cards were okay, so we graded it on the agreement, the understanding that sheet cut was okay in 1991.
But that has to be
put sheet cut on there. Put sheet cut on there.
It's a different standard.
Yeah. But I still want the labeling on there. One way or another, I want the label on it. I want the label to reflect the understanding of what we know now about the card. And I don't think that's unfair.
I think the other aspect of it is, if Brian is legitimate, knows the person that owns it and doesn't think that the card will ever be placed up for auction again, then the value and the relative nature of the slab itself kind of becomes irrelevant, because it's never going to come back to market in the way he explained it. And so, and he said he knows all of us, and we're pretty dumb. So that card will never see the light of day on a marketplace ever again.
The current owner doesn't need the money unless something wacky happens to him because he's the guy who owns the Arizona Diamondback. Now, that's why I made a distinction. I really was clear on this, and hopefully it came across. I'm not worried about now because now that card is a known quantity. There's no hiding from it. It's got its history. So the current owner knows exactly what's up. Nobody's hidden it from, like, it's gonna be blur. Look, there's an American Greed episode. I can share with you American Greed episodes. We have a book written on it. Like, how much more do you need, sir? You're literally doing the la 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 la. I can't hear you at that point. Then you're on your own. But everybody knows. So today, I am less concerned with the status of that card. The next person who wants to buy it will know what they're getting into. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, the stories of lore and what have you. And honestly, that card means nothing to me, or shouldn't mean much to 99.9 to the 10th degree and 000, because you'll never own it.
Right.
You'll never buy it. You will never be a part of it. You probably will never touch it. And at this point, we spend a lot of time on superfluous things that we shouldn't even really be talking about. Okay, did he do it? It's good hearing the story. The card is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It's not going to end up in your collection. It's not going to be hiding behind Brandon over there. It's not going to be on the shelf of Eric up there. And Carlos,
that attitude,
certainly,
sir.
It's not going to be in his box in the closet. So,
look, that's exactly what I was planning on doing it after Eric was going to purchase it. It was going to be great.
it looked
Don't
like
ruin this for me. Don't ruin this for me.
I just want to point out that the word superfluous was used on a Monday evening because
this is what happens when BG offends the Burrell. It's time to bring the superfluous out. He's been holding it in his back. He goes, "Don't make me use it. I will. Don't."
Please do not.
That was something. That's a 10-cent word right here on the Because I'm Carlos show. That's serious.
There you go.
That's a 10-cent word right there.
I appreciate it again as a history major. I appreciate it, but I'm waiting. And Eric, I expect you to do this. I am waiting for anti-disestablishmentarianism. That's what I want.
Okay.
Only by an American.
Do y'all think mine is in good enough shape to get slabbed?
Yeah, I love the tuxedo.
It looks good on him, right?
It does.
Yeah,
I thought it's better than those big collars.
I mean,
I like it.
like the back's a little off centered. I might need to smash it and trim it, but yeah, I thought it was a great copy.
Are you allowed to trim reprint cards? That's the question.
I made the damn thing. I'm the manufacturer. Brian already said he did it to Leaf stuff. I'm the manufacturer. I made it.
Oh, getting back into those hostess cards, there is a minimal measurement to those cards for being acceptable. And actually, I provide those measurements. I say border to picture to picture. This is that. The border, because of certain cards I will mention. So I will give those inner measurements. Whatever you allow for out beyond that, PSA, SGC, whoever you want to be, you are there to determine that. But otherwise, those measurements are there and the guidelines. If there's a dotted line, it is the dotted line. If you can see the dotted line anywhere around there, I mean, all the way around there, you're perfectly fine. So you can't really get into the semantics of, well, I kind of trimmed it too close to, it's up to PSA to determine the end of the day or that measurement. So it is there. So yes, Brian, you can slice it 5 million times with a
real quick. I'll read
nano slicer and keep cutting it and blame me every time for it, because you can do whatever you want with that card. And it's not even comparable to a vintage uncut sheet or football sheet, whatever you want to call it.
Amazing. The Burrell has spoken. So Dan is asking, Joy, now, is there any discussion Masters under the show bidding? Absolutely. Yeah, we definitely got it.
Yeah, that's really what it's all about. And
Brian was very strong on the show bidding. He went for it. I'll give him that.
Yeah, he did. Actually, yeah. Drawing that out, I was actually proud to hear Brian say that, because I think that's what we were really looking for. It appeared, as you said, Carlos, that, it was the good old boys club at that point. It's the aristocracy of society, of our hobby, that are talking, and they're just hanging out, having fun, being the guys that they are, right? And the rest of us we're sitting there listening. So, I think it was very good that he did say that. And that is really the key here. It actually has nothing to do with the Honus Wagner. It has to do with that somebody had created power and the corruption came. He didn't need the money. And that's actually harder to accept when someone doesn't need the money. and they do that type of thing, that hurts more than it would hurt if somebody did something out of desperation to feed their family, kind of thing. Like a big difference, I understand, but just saying, the motivation behind that's scary.
Yeah. Now, one other thing I'll add that I think is fair and valid here, and so hopefully that answers your question, Dan. So definitely the shield bidding definitely was a discussion point. We definitely went into that, and Brian gave his answer on it. And I think the reason why it's important, also touching on what Bobby's saying, is that now you guys can hold him to it. Since we had the discussion, right? And he did the Rafael Palmeiro shaking his finger at that's his Rafael Palmeiro shaking your finger at him. So if there is a part 2 that discusses it with Bill Mastro down the road or ever, well, here's the thing: Mastro literally already talked about the shield bidding thing with Probstein, so there really should be no reason not to be able to discuss it.
I think he's going to quit.
It shouldn't be off limits for any reason.
He did say, he quit while he's ahead, because he did go to the National and people were really kind to him, and that's fine. People want to talk to him and say hi, that's fine, whatever. I don't care what you did. It didn't involve me, so I'm good. Going forward, no problem.
Yeah.
But
I think it's on everybody else.
Why would he get it?
Brian promised that if he didn't, again, you can hold him to it. Like, don't worry about me.
Doesn't matter.
You can hold him to it, and I'm okay with
happen.
that. And in that case, y'all can hold his feet to the fire for it.
Yeah.
Because again, it was made very clear. Very clear.
Would you come back and he made him feel smug. I could see the smugness in Mastro. At a certain point, I seen Bill kind of sitting there, yeah, because Brian was really agreeing with a lot of things that he was saying, and it made him feel better. And you could see that comfort in him that he gave him. I saw it, and I don't think going forward he can really dampen that feeling, because it can only be downhill. It cannot be uphill. And there's a lot of other things that went on with this thing that, someone wore a wire, someone got this guy more time. There's lots of stuff going on with that story, and it will not come out. It will not come out through him. I don't believe. So I'm not expecting to see that anytime soon.
Oh, I get that. Again, I go back to what I said a moment ago. That's not for me to deal with. But I offer it to folks who watch, and folks who watch it down the road
for it.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. The idea, I don't care whether he does or he doesn't. The point is, he's the one who's now has to do the follow-up, because he said even if he doesn't come in, Brian said he wants to do a follow-up on it. Well, then I await your part 2, sir. Whether he's there or not, I expect the part 2.
I would rather hear the second person involved and the third person, I think, as you said before, Carlos, than the first person, because of the history of record is like, we're going to say things that defend ourselves or make us not appear so bad.
We have other people who are still alive who can speak to components of this, so they're available. So it's up to them. It's at the end of the day, they can say no. Nobody can put a gun to their head.
They just want to walk away, really, and nobody wants to deal with this anymore.
Yeah.
Anyway, they just want to go forward in their lives.
Yeah, but to me, if you want to play the historian role here, it's an incomplete history without some dissenting opinion. We need the other portion of that conversation. Otherwise, you're just getting the one side of it, and it's incomplete. Yeah. You're missing a big piece of this puzzle without without that other angle. Even if the two angles completely disagree with each other, that's instructive too. That tells you something. If you get two completely diametrically opposed versions of the same event, then you can decide the truth is probably somewhere in the middle.
It'll be that deathbed UFO story kind of thing. It's going to be one of those again. Oh yeah, I did this, and no. Nobody wants to exit this world in a bad way.
Yeah. Let's see why Mastro would have a second interview with Brian. He to Bobby's point, he doesn't have too much. He doesn't have any reason to. I think that's why I was mad at the show. Burning thing was never brought up. The show burning, the shield bidding thing was never brought up in the first interview. Yes, that's
well, yeah. In his, he glanced over and said, "That's for another day."
Yeah. Well, that's why I was saying. That's why I'll refer people back to the Probstein one, because they did talk about that, and it's probably the only time you'll ever hear him say it. Mm-hmm. Even a cursory mention, he did at least touch on going to jail, and he made his claim for being reformed and all that. That's about probably all you're gonna get, but at least you got that. So I remind folks that didn't see the first one, at least it was referenced in that one. Inside of a shorter time period, they were able to touch on both. They were able to hit on the Wagner and the show bidding. Get both of those parts in there.
Oh, the Hall of Fame for Mr. Mint. It was kind of funny. We look at today in hockey, if you know Eddie Shack. Eddie Shack is not in the Hall of Fame. But who was the entertainer of the 50s, 60s, and 70s? Eddie Shack. Who has a lunchbox in the hobby? Gretzky. Bobby Orr, and the only other person, Eddie Shack. Eddie Shack, Pop Shop, Eddie Shack, Schick, Eddie Shack. He did all these. He was out there.
And he had his own donut shop.
He had his own donut shop in the 90s. He's instrumental, but he is not in the Hall of Fame. Do I believe he should be? Yes, I do. As an entertainer, I do. But I'm not have that power to put him in. And I don't think playing records. He's more of a. I don't even. Yeah, I guess builder. I guess he would be a builder at that point because his record of goals and whatever, nothing. But some people need to be put in. And at that point, Mr. Mint, do you put him in? Because he put ads out there, because he did the $1 million Michigan wax blind. There's so many things. I know backstories of stuff you guys I can't even say.
Well, listen, most of the stuff that you've already told me about Eric, it's unspeakable.
Hey,
it's worse than the text message he sent. I don't even want to talk about that. Real quick, I want to touch on this here. So Dan says, I'm sure the other guys who went to jail as Master's accomplices would have some nice things to say. That's why I say it would be interesting to see. And by the way, Dan, I'm going to throw this one out at you. I would love for you and other folks, because I know Dan is part of a lot of YouTubers now who are focused on the vintage genre and the vintage niche specifically. And I would say, check out the rest of it. I'm not going to claim it's a definitive thing, but because we kept the conversation very civil and I was able to talk around with Brian a little bit, I'm not going to pretend it's complete, but hopefully it gave you guys some talking points to build off of. And maybe I'd love to get your takes on it, get your critiques on it, and get your thoughts on it. And also, at the same time, you guys can just build off of that. Take that as a foundation. So now you got the first conversation. Now we got a follow-up to it where Brian got to say his piece on it, agree with him or disagree with him. But now you can build off of that and take your own take on it and go from there. And if you guys have any questions or you need anything from me, you guys let me know. You're more than welcome to reach out. That's Dan and any of those other guys. If you want to talk about it, I'm welcome to it. I didn't spend too much time preparing for it other than doing my rudimentary scan through, because I do remember some of it. So hopefully it's helpful to give you guys something, but I'm not going to pretend it's complete. And I'm not going to pretend. I also remember my subject, and I had to carefully position it in such a way where I could have a conversation. A screaming match would not have served this. It wouldn't have worked if we had tried to do a screaming match, because we could both be really loud, and it would be worthless. So hopefully we were able to get a little bit more out of it by having more of a conversation. So hopefully that was helpful.
Yeah, I am friends with the Mark Theodicus. He was one of the ones that went to jail, one of the three, other than Doug Allen. So I've known him for quite some time. Both big box collectors, and he was in the auction house industry, and obviously in other ones too. But I don't think he'll say anything. He just wants to keep moving on. So, and he has come back into the hobby. I think there was a certain point people saw him, and I don't think anything bad happened at that point. Yeah, nice enough guy, but hey, what are you going to do? We don't know the whole backstory of who did what and what happened. I know a little bit of some backstory, but I mean, I'm not going to say everything that I know, because I can't. I don't think it's fair.
There you go. So yeah, sounds good, Dan. But yeah, you guys check it out and you let me know. And by the way, I'll take feedback on it. And I'm sure some people will be like, you didn't press him hard enough. That's why I'm getting out in front of it and just telling you, I understood exactly. He reached out to me, just to be clear. He reached out to me. So I go, all right, let's kind of play it and see how it goes. I wanted to understand. And hopefully you guys got something out of it. And by the way, he was reading your comments. So it wasn't like he wasn't getting your feedback. He was literally looking over a bunch of times.
There's some pretty good ones in there, I'll tell you.
Look, I was enjoying it thoroughly from my perspective. I wanted to make sure I asked questions that I felt could get answers, that would get something out of it.
Yeah, exactly. I have to admit a little bit. Some of my comments, I have to give you a little bit of credit, Carlos. They were intentionally trying to just get you to bust out laughing. That's all they were intended for. So
I am both a man of peace and a professionalism. By the way, I also enjoyed that Brendan caught that I did throw in the man of peace in there. BG is not familiar with the man of peace, so now he's got him.
That's homegrown, so we got to keep that. Yeah,
we got to keep that. But now that.
Are we going to give the fans what they always like on Mondays or Tuesday mornings, though? Are we going to give them the silly card of the week? Because I'm telling y'all, I've got this on lock this week.
We could look, if you really are dead set on it, we can throw it in there.
Go ahead. Who won?
No, last week was default. Last week was default. We all know who won last week.
Better not be the Wagner. It better not be the Wagner.
Exactly, better not be the Wagner. All right, real quick, over here. Yeah, absolutely. If you walk away with the interview with more questions than answer, you were always going to walk away with more questions than answer. I could guarantee that.
Yeah.
There's nobody that was going to interview this conversation and not get more questions than answers.
Well, I think you did
Yep.
very well, Carlos, and I think Brian did very well too. I think we all kind of learned a lot, and it was enjoyable to watch. Not in like, go get him kind of thing. It was he spoke a lot and said a lot of things that I didn't expect him to say. You said a lot
That's
of
about,
things
I think that's,
I did expect you to say. So
oh yeah.
it did work out on that sense. So it was a very entertaining podcast for sure. And I thoroughly enjoyed watching it because I actually learned a lot at that point, about a lot of different things.
Oh, I
And
think
that's
all
what
we
we
can
really
hope for.
want
That-
from podcasts is
Yeah.
we want to enjoy them. And we haven't had that in a long time. We're really thoroughly listening in to seeing, critical parts of our hobby being discussed. So thanks.
Yeah, I don't think it was. I had zero expectations that it was going to be perfect. No way, no chance. But I think the only thing we could shoot for was exactly that. Hopefully, we were able to add a couple of things that maybe weren't part of the conversation previously,
Yeah.
or that expanded on it in some way. And if we got that, all right, we at least move the ball forward a couple inches, and then somebody else can try to take it from
But we were all hoping Frost Nixon.
there.
Yeah.
Again, I think. I think at that point you need truth serum and advanced interrogation techniques. Advanced
Tied
interrogation
down.
techniques.
Shot.
I understood exactly how much we had to be able to pull from, and I think we extracted about as much as we could have with the format.
The vial
So-
is full. Yes.
Dave says, I agree with Bobby. You do a great job, Carl, especially being a man of peace. It's important that I maintain my man of peace, though. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
I also said that you did a great job, but I guess he didn't agree with me when I said it. But when Bobby said it, he agrees with Bob. Okay, that's fine. That's
Well, Eric, did you say are the Burrell? Are you
You
a hobby
enunciate it
historian?
properly.
Do you
say it
have
in
do you have a
casual
custom logo?
passing?
Do you have a
Eric-
custom logo like Indigenous rookie cards?
Well,
don't
Eric
even
has he has a superior leaf collection and ties to BG's favorite
Mm.
grading company. We have questions, Eric.
Uh-oh.
You have
Yes.
the leprechauns, which
Yeah.
I did push for the leprechauns.
I
in the
saw
chat.
that.
That is
I did
facts.
see that. Yeah.
And Man of Peace is canon. You're 100% right. Like mayonnaise. These are facts.
Ugh.
All right. So we'll wind her down real quick. But before we do, listen, I want to give, since all of you have been hanging out, you've been very patient, and I appreciate your help on this. Eric, are you prepared to do a silly card of the week? And then
Yes,
we'll wind her
damn
down
right
with one
I
or two
am.
things. All right.
And I'm going
Brandon.
full.
All right, Eric, I'm going to let you go first. Brandon is so convinced he's already won, so I'm going to let him go
I'll text
last.
You want me
it.
to
I'll
send it
text
I'm
it
going to
to
let him go
you.
last. I need these cards. Like, how else am I
Okay.
going to show them on the damn screen
All right,
if you don't give me the
it's coming.
cards? Bobby, like, what am I doing here? Amateur
I
hour.
don't know.
Like, what are we doing here?
I should have brought one. Damn.
Obviously,
Surely
like,
find
no doubt.
ones.
You
I
got
am
should
time,
going-
join in.
Bobby.
Yeah, why not?
All the
Now,
fun stuff I have.
Brandon last week
Nope, it was the week
set
before,
a new
Eric.
tone. He set a new tone of complete inappropriateness and immaturity, and it won him the week. So if that's what it takes to win, I'm willing to go there.
Don't
Uh-huh.
go there, Eric.
Oh, Eric's trying to go
There's no
there. I don't know.
return. There's no point
Listen,
of return, Eric.
I think Eric gave up on any pretenses of return. I think at this point he is what he is. I don't think he's going to try really hard.
I like your pick, Eric. I see it in the text. I like
All
your
right,
pick.
so I'll take a look. It'll take me a minute here. I'll set it up and then we'll get
I
into it.
just think after what you pulled last week, you have just turned this entire competition into a mockery, and you have
Just now?
you have put it in the gutter. And if that's where you want to play, I can play in the
Uh-huh.
gutter.
You live in the
I
gutter.
can play in the gutter. If that's where you want to play, that's where
Wow.
we can play.
Bobby, he very clearly is in the gutter. It's not even a
Someone's
question.
dead after school.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, what are we doing here, man? What are we doing here, people?
I don't know.
All right, special children. We're gonna deal with this.
Go for it.
So Eric, I'll tell you what. I'll give you the option. Do you want to go first?
I don't care. I don't even know what kind of card it is. I don't even care. I couldn't tell you what year, who made it. I don't care.
So
Oh.
what you're saying? Wait. So now I'm curious what kind of searches you were doing. Were they before or after the Emmanuel and the space searches? I'm just curious.
Did you Google ugly cards?
Are you still scrubbing your computer to this
I
very
know.
day?
I had to throw it out and buy a new one.
Yeah, I was about to say. All right, tell you what. All right, so silly card of the week, guys. We're gonna do this segment, couple of minutes, and then I promise we'll wind down with a couple of comments from the chat, real quick. Hang on. So Eric, like I said, what kind of searches are you doing?
The ones that I need to make to beat Brandon, because he has sullied this competition, and I'm willing. Hey, like I said, he wants to go in the gutter. I'll go in the gutter.
I don't feel any explanation is required for this, Bobby. I don't think there's much we can add to this.
Did you pick this because of the patch?
I already have one set up for next week. So,
did you pick this because of the patch or because it's a post by Backyard Breaks? I'm trying to figure that part out.
They're also part of the gutter. It's a combo.
Interesting.
I want you to picture him with his little half shirt and everything.
I think this man appreciates your selection.
I would say.
Yep. Right there, we got some early 90s. I think we got a hairstyle that Eric can appreciate. That looks like a man who would purchase the first card.
Is
this is a great theme. Card? This is a perfect theme, and I don't even know if Carlos knows it. This is perfect.
It all comes together, man. It all comes together. So right there, I don't remember who this is, but he played for the Buffalo Bills, and this is Pro Line Portraits, and I saw it, and I was like, yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
This is perfect.
This is it. All right, Brandon, you're last here. You want to explain exactly what this is?
Yeah, this is a card currently up for auction. It's a Formula One Topps card booklet, as you can tell. Valerie Bottas, one of
that
one.
Includes an authentic mullet strand.
Yes, that's what I said. Perfect theme. Carlos shows the mullet. Zoom in there so the people can appreciate it. Where else can you get a card with an authentic strand of mullet?
I really don't know.
Now, that was an option for my card also, but it was going to be something else.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
See, Bobby, we are endangering our 5% more maturity right now.
Yeah, no, and it's all Brandon's fault. All right, no.
I went to mullet hair.
No, you know what you did last week, 2 weeks ago. You know what you did. So that now we're here, and you're the one that got us here. So there you go.
We all know what you did last summer.
Brian appreciated it. Where are we posting pictures of Eric's PC cards? Listen, man, I don't know. I don't know. It's a really strange choice to have 3 of the exact same photo on one card. It is true. It is true.
But I chose the card I did because for one, my daughter likes F1, but I cannot believe the extremes that Fanatics is going to push into this hobby space. We really should be having questions, and the card is currently up for auction through Fanatics Live's whatever site they have going on. I think it's got like 20 some days left. If you're interested in owning the booklet with the mullet strand.
So to keep this thematically appropriate, how much should we worry about your shield bidding on this? You know, because because when you saw it, I have no doubt that you're like, the mullet card is mine. Oh yes.
Brandon, is that one follicle?
No, that's what's weird. It says strand, but it had like a bunch of like a clump in there.
Oh, because otherwise it would work out perfect for F1.
Wow.
But
wow.
I did not. Nah, I don't even know who the person is.
Oh,
it's in a foreign language or foreign currency on the auction too, and I don't even know what it translates. It doesn't tell you U.S. dollars. So
I think the important thing is, look, I'm going to find out. This is going to be the next hobby scandal. It's going to turn out he actually had a buzz cut at the time, and I'm going to be very upset. If that's not legitimate mullet strand and his fake mullet strand.
I want a DNA test, and I think before he puts these cards up for the competition, they need to be tested to make sure that they're legit. He's not just making this stuff up.
Did they trim that hair off the head, or was it pulled?
Same. These are important questions.
They trimmed it. A couple of out of his Gandalf beard and stuck it in there.
Well, he pulls it enough. You're gonna have to put that little elastic band in there and be Lou Albano.
And what if the hair was dyed? What if his hair was dyed? That's an alteration to me.
Yeah, because you're using chemicals. You're right.
Yeah, that's a problem. We established the chemicals no bueno.
So I think he should be kicked out of the competition for cheating.
Look, I'm going to leave this to the people. I'm going to post a community post with these 3 cards. Those are the 3 cards, the silly card of the week. So there you go. We got it in. Brandon, you're welcome. Okay. So we'll wind down on a couple of things. chat, anything that you guys want to touch on? We did roundtable talk a little bit about obviously the conversation with BG. So I want to thank Eric for taking meticulous notes, endlessly meticulous notes. Very good.
I actually did, believe it or not.
Amazing. So Brandon, of course, also contributing to it, and the Burrell, of course, in the Garage of Knowledge, bestowing upon us some hobby and historiandom.
Ooh.
Yes, indeed. So anyway, last thoughts or comments. I want to make sure we chat on that, and also make sure to give a quick update for the rest of the week, just so that we're all on the same page. Since you guys are here, also hit the like button so Eric pays for it, because he's totally paying for it. And Eric has said he'll pay double for this because it's a special Monday presentation. It's very exciting.
Oh, winners! Wow, look at that. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
Well, I may have been hanging out with Andy Moog yesterday.
Mr. Moog.
That looks like Andy Mox.
And I don't know why he does that.
It's not a G.
Right.
It's not a G.
Yeah, no, he puts an X and then underlines it. I don't know why, but that's what he does. So he was in town doing a signing, and I had a bunch of stuff from the shop. So I got, and I've hung around with Andy before and gone out with him and had dinner.
You should axe him.
I should axe him
there.
But then I got to drive him to the airport in a 45-minute drive to the airport. So we just, he just started telling all sorts of cool stories about the one that he just got a kick out of was the Gretzky fight. Gretzky's one and only fight.
That wasn't a good one for him.
No, he was just laughing and telling me about that, man. He just thought that was the funniest damn thing.
Yeah.
And then he was teammates with who the hell was it? That Gretzky fought? Broughton or something?
No, it wasn't Broughton. It was somebody from Minnesota, wasn't it?
Yeah, but he was ended up being teammates with him in Dallas years later. And
I also wanted to make sure I covered this comment since it was a valid one from the discussion earlier. No one expected equating Mastro to OJ, and there were a lot of killers involved. A lot of murder happened during the discussion.
Yeah,
a lot of criminal activity being discussed.
A lot of criminal activity.
Brian brings some stuff
Plaxico
into conversations, man.
Yeah, Plaxico Burris shooting himself.
Can we get a cross section on how many of the folks referenced at some point wound up on a Leaf card?
Yeah.
Well,
I bet that would be an interesting cross section there.
Does the multiple discussions of whether or not spitting on the card is okay? Does that relate to the meme girl? Like,
well, the thing is, if he was still running Leaf, I think this would be valid in comparison. But it is under new management.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I don't even know where
he might have had a partake in it though.
Where did that even come from? I mean, we're talking about putting it in water or some type of chemicals so you could, compress the card. We're talking about cleaning cards, and who even was talking about spit? Why would you even think about using spit on your card?
It's the hot
why
Eric, hold on.
Maybe okay,
Eric,
because it's human. I think was the quote.
Are you sure that you don't want people like we know? Look, I didn't want to share too much. We all know that the reason why your lemon M&Ms have that pristine shine is that you're like, we know what's going on over there, man.
Yeah, but
that's more vapor and a gas.
But I'm saying like there is moisture arriving on it.
Heavy on them.
See, there is a way of fixing things with a little bit of spit,
and
it has a little bit of chemical in it, obviously from your body, that kind of gets into the card and can.
Yeah, it's more like disturbing breathing, and then Eric thinks. By the way, do you guys notice that I cut off the Plaxico? I'm like, no Plaxico. Answer the question. No Plaxico.
No Plaxico.
Brandon, you caught that one, right? I was like, no Plaxico. Hold on. We're not going into another direction here. We've already had enough directions. Let's finish this thought. Let's finish this thought. That's always one of the challenges. You are herding cats. There are times where you are herding cats to try to let's finish this thought, and then we can discuss the next point. We'll go from it. I will say, all that said, I do appreciate Brian volunteering to come on. He did initiate it, so we should give him credit for that. Whether you agree with him or disagree with him, but like I said, my opinion wasn't changed, and I was very clear about that. My opinion didn't change on it. I stand by my original video on it. He got a chance to come in and give his side of the equation, and hopefully, and now you guys can take that away and be like, yeah, I totally don't agree with him. or it can be like, oh well, he made a couple points here that I agree with. Oh, the Plexico Burris point was a good one. Look, it's up to you. I can't help you there.
And it is good that you have the interview that we can, hold people to the fire and say, hey, listen, okay, if you're an influencer, let's. And he was, kind enough to come on and debate that, which was really good. That shows a lot of Brian's character, or maybe he just didn't like people talking about. I don't know which it is. I would hope it's the first one, but I think it was good for the hobby. I think these conversations are really good. Win or lose, nobody won, nobody lost. It doesn't really matter in the end, but we did discuss it. And I like seeing the discussion of the hobby past. We don't really discuss that. And it's left to very few people to summarize what has went on O-Pee-Chee or Topps or Parker's. Those things are really important. And that nobody does them is not a good thing. And it's nice going forward that we do have that documentation and somebody did it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Well, that's why I was so that I mentioned it to Dan, but I want to extend it to all those other guys too. That's why I said don't take this as the end. I didn't specifically seek this out, but when it was presented, I said, yeah, okay, let's do it. But again, don't rely on me. I enjoyed it for what it was, and I came here and did what I could with what I had. But if you have more questions, you want to push harder on some elements of it, well, don't just sit and depend on me. There are other folks that will engage in this conversation. Well, have the discussion. Have the debate and the discussion. Do it yourselves as well and build on it. Take this and then build on it more.
Oh, this will be talked about on a lot of different shows going forward. It'll be interesting.
I think my takeaway on a serious note, and I was joking in the comments and stuff, more so, like I said, trying to get you to laugh or whatever. It was more directed at you reading the comments than.
Oh, I was reading a lot of the comments. I think a lot of people were trying to. It's like, you are not distracting me from what I'm doing.
So
right
on a serious note, if Brian happens to stumble across the ending of all of this, I have respect for what he did with Leaf. I've not been shy to say I liked the products that they put out. Especially at the price points that you were able to get them at. I thought he did very well with what he had, the ability to do in the card space. I think the topic, I also can see, he even said he's friends with Bill. He's known Bill for a long time. So I think some of his
I don't think
opinions.
that long. I got the impression
not compared to some of the long timers, but yeah,
it's more of a recent long time than a long time.
Even his acquaintances, and especially if he's trying to, who knows, if he's trying to further a relationship with him, I can see him withholding some of the takes, maybe in a different, looking at him in a different view than many people would. Just because of that, people can have opinionated circumstances depending on relationship involved, right? So I can understand that part of it. Outside of looking at that, though, to defend him in some of the ways he was in running the circles, that was the part, that was a bit concerning. And I think a lot of people would say the same thing, that the takes were a little bit probably not accepting of most. But to compare that interview and putting Brian Gray and my take of him or opinion of him versus the interview I had with Old Man Tag, I could still continue believing in Brian. I could still continue believing in Brian. Like if Brian was to come back and say, hey, I'm starting up another company, whatever, I wouldn't really have a problem with it. Old Man Tag, no way in hell. Maybe it's because of Brian's history, and being a part of the hobby for so long and everything else. And the fact that he was just trying to discuss the happenings of someone else versus bullshitting over his own dealings. Maybe that's part of it. But, and he also was open to saying things that y'all even said you didn't expect him to say. So overall, I think it's good. Hopefully it continues. Hopefully there's part 2s or more. And it is good to hear these things. We like watching and listening about, since so many murderers were brought up and everything, true crime documentaries. It's good to hear the details. You know,
We
no
do.
matter whether it was right or wrong, the damage is done. So getting the details can only be good for everybody. So
Yeah. And hopefully, to my point here, hopefully he follows through. Again, the Master thing may never happen. I want to hear the Beckett one. I want to hear the Beckett take on that. If
That
he's
would
going to
be
talk
good.
to Beckett on it, I would like to hear that. Maybe he can give his perspective.
Maybe
If
Jim
you
will
can't
not.
get the one guy, I want to hear from the other people. Then
Maybe Jim
give me
won't.
Beckett. Give me some of the other ones.
I don't know if Jim has much of an opinion or a thought on that. You know,
Or he can have an
so
opinion on what he can have an opinion on what he thought about trimming at the time. You can still have an opinion on that.
yeah, I guess he could.
It's an opinion. Like he can speak for himself. He doesn't have to speak for the broad hobby, but he can
No.
still speak for himself. And because he was around, like he was definitely central to what was going on at the time, and he was working the shows and doing all the business at the time.
I don't know if Brian's going to have the time because he's saying if the next thing that he's doing as a partner and this is going to be huge, massive, is he going to have time for these interviews? Is he going to have time for the Hall of Fame? Like you can only be, so busy. You can only handle so much and do things right when you're doing so much. So
did I miss what he was saying or the way that he kind of led hints at details?
there
Because he
wasn't
mentioned
much.
something about unlicensed. Is he going to be
Yes.
doing something with Panini?
There's something there. It's
Well, I don't
unlicensed
think I
again.
don't remember if he mentioned Panini specifically, but he definitely
No, he
talked
didn't
about
mention
licensed.
any.
No,
Company.
but he said unlicensed.
He did,
and he said it was
yes.
going to be
Yeah.
way bigger than anything else he did. So I
Yep.
was the only thing that could click is like Panini, if they're losing but they want to continue, maybe they want to bring him on to.
Well,
Like-
they haven't sold anything to Fanatics yet, so if they want to keep going, it would probably have to be unlicensed. And if that's the case, he is the subject matter expert on that. He's run a company
because
in that under that
I
category.
thought
for a
he
long time.
first was going to be throw out there to do something with Fanatics, but then when he mentioned the unlicensed
No.
part, the only thing that came to mind there was maybe he's going to do something with Panini.
No. I don't know because he says he doesn't want to
Coffee,
work for
Eric.
anybody.
Maybe he buys Panini.
Maybe buys Panini.
Yeah.
I don't know
That'd be
about
quite
that.
the twist, wouldn't it? That'd be quite the twist.
You
man.
can't buy the license.
And then he has to move to Italy.
He's buying Italy.
Arizona, Eric, Arizona. He told us where you have to
He's
move.
buying the whole of Italy, the boot and all. Damn.
Amazing. That'd be huge. All right. So wind her down on that. So real quick, it is Expo week, like Shark Week, but lamer.
Oh yeah.
And there will be, so we did the silly card of the week. I may still do a solo pod, but since I had Brennan and Eric here, obviously you got a taste of the usual one. If I have anything else that I want to touch on, decompressing from this, I may do it in a solo pod. There may be another live stream during the week, towards the end of the week. I'll see how the scheduling works out and what we end up doing in the evenings of Expo. I usually try to do one somewhere in there. We'll see how it goes, but there'll definitely be videos. Definitely videos related to the Expo, no doubt. We'll try to include some things in there. We'll try to capture Eric, harassing janitors and pretending they're Peter Forsberg. So we may have more video footage of that. That may be a thing.
And
Going
if he
around
gets
talking
dragged
to all
away.
the old timers, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
well, Bobby.
Well, he's gonna be
um,
bothering the Baywatch ladies. That's what's gonna
I
happen.
actually almost am one of the old timers. I'm older than him. I'm older than him by 8 years.
Mhm.
I want to say I heard Bobby ask Friday night if I was going to be there, and I seen the disappointment or laughter on his face.
You make us all sad.
Just to explain man to man what happened. My wife has been working 70 to 80 hours a week, and
You're
she's
a
got a
slave
lot
driver.
of stuff.
That's what you are.
No, it's not me at all. She got a promotion at her job, and they are rearranging a lot of the departments, and she's trying to train people and all this other
You're
stuff.
blaming her.
No, she told
Would
me
you
to
get to the
go.
story, Brian? I mean,
She told me to go, but I didn't want to just make it a trip to go to a card show, spending that much money going out of the country and everything else. I wanted her to come along.
Well,
see
it's less
the-
money if you go to the correct hotels.
out of the country.
That is true. I found out that there is no
Toronto is
Toronto
great.
Expo Center. I did find that
If you avoid
out.
the Toronto
So
Expo
lesson
Center, you
learned.
save a lot of money. You save a lot of money.
Yeah. So, but no, we've already discussed it. I promise you guys, we'll be there next year. Mark it down. November 4th. We'll be there next year.
All right,
All right.
we got a lot of. It's like we got a lot of things to follow up on.
I'm not going.
It's pretty big. It's pretty big. So anyway, hopefully, folks, you enjoyed. If after the fact on replay, what I'll do for the folks on replay is I'll include. I think I included the link in the description already. this stuff I referenced. I believe I did. If not, I will go back and make sure I include it so that you have the original Probstein interview as well, so that you can have that for comparison. The other thing as well is that I will make sure to include community post for silly card of the week, and then also we'll make sure that included in this, I'll put a timestamp in there where if you're only interested in the Brian Gray thing, you'll know exactly where it cuts off. And this will be kind of the second half will be kind of the post game show / us kind of chatting a little bit separate from that. That way you guys can decide if you want to watch the whole thing in its entirety, you got that. If you want to just check out the Brian Gray piece, what I may do on the podcast feed where usually I put the BIC podcast, I'll give you the Brian Gray thing in its entirety. I'm going to give you that as its own standalone, just that piece. And then you can listen to that. And then the post show will be kind of like an unofficial BIC episode. You'll have that as well. It'll be separate and you can listen to one or the other in any sequence you want. That way you'll have it all included. All right.
Very good.
So that'll be it for that one, hopefully. And then we'll catch a few of you who are going to be down. If you are at the expo and you see any of us, 3 of us here, not Brandon, but 3 of us here, say hello. The Burrell will be around. Eric will probably be dragged away by the authorities, but you can at least wave on his way out the building.
It's a good chance I'll be in handcuffs.
Yeah, we got bail money ready.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think we got
it. It's tough to wave with handcuffs, but I'll give you a head nod. Like,
yeah, an acknowledgement head nod. I think that's
that'd
all.
be a Boston, like, hey, what the fuck?
yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fair. So, folks, have yourselves a good one. We'll catch you in the next one.
Ciao.